should know. I have never really liked you at all. I cannot hide it anymore. I've been thinking about the future, trying to forget about the past. So many ways that I could change for the better. Don't
This is a true crime discussions channel. We speculate. This is all just speculation. Because it's true crime, it's for mature audiences only. There will be no children allowed, no exceptions. Everything on this channel falls under fair use. Please remember to like, comment, subscribe, and share. It's free.
Always better the second time around. How are y'all doing today? I hope y'all are good. I am furious. I'm actually feeling physically nauseous right now. I'm real mad. Let me say hey to y'all real quick. Hey, Hio, Indie Girl, Luna, Bad Girl, Michelle, Jenny, Jen, Annie, Tosh, Rachel, JoJo for show. Good to see you. Boomer, Edith. It's good to see you. Abellis, my lovely. I hope you're feeling better. Hey, Tony. Cara, it's good to see you. Joyous, Marley Mom, good to see you. Good to see you. If I missed you, make sure you comment so I can shout you out. We're going to start with a couple videos that I found today. We're going to start with the first one. Oh, yep, I remember which one was first. The first one is going to show this video where Ziyah appears to me to be pregnant. This first video, I'm getting the playlist pulled up now, is going to be from 2D Uncensored. I have asked her for permission. I haven't heard back, but hopefully she'll be okay with it. Her link is pinned at the top of the comment section right now. It is also in the description box. I might get a copyright strike for this music. So if part of this video is not here, please go check out 2D Uncensored. Like, even if she gets mad about me using the video and strikes me, just go check her out, because you need to see this. You got to see this. It's I'm furious. I'm real mad right now about this. So maybe I'm going to share it with y'all and see what y'all got to say about it. Y'all tell me what you think.
It's pregnancy video. Now, there's been a lot of back and forth of people making it seem like they did not.
I've got some timestamps. I try to, because I don't want to play her whole video. I want you guys to go watch it on your free time. I am going to warn you that there's going to be some heavy language in here that she says. I'm probably going to cuss. I'm not real happy about this whole situation. So I do want to give you a trigger warning. There's heavy language. There's cussing. I'm going to cuss. I'm telling you right now, I'm going to cuss. So I put up that warning real quick. Cara coming in, shaking out the bushes already. Thank you so much for gifting 10 Speculation Station memberships. I really appreciate that. That was so sweet of you. They went to All I Need Is Jesus Coffee and True Crime. Paula, Deanna, Macy, Sugal, I like that name. Law Nerd, I like that name. Norma Jean, Teresa, Sharon, Sandra. I think I got them all. Those are the people that were gifted. Please tell Cara thank you if you guys are here, or if you find this later. I really appreciate it. I'm going to grab my crazy train and come pick y'all up. I'm going off the rails on a crazy train. We're off to Speculation Station. Thank you so much, Cara. That was so very sweet of you. That was so very sweet of you. All right. Now, 2D is going to cuss. I'm going to cuss. I'm infuriated right now. I'm real mad. Everybody's comparing this to the Madeline Soto case, but it's not the same. It's not the same. This child was overlooked by everybody. Her teachers, her counselors. This child... Lord. Okay, let me show you the video so you understand what I'm talking about. Again, this is 2D Uncensored. She's in the description box. She's also the pinned comment right now, because I'm playing her video, in the top of the chat box. I will change that one in a minute to Ratchet King, because I'm borrowing one of his videos too. So let's see what she's pulled up and what she's found.
Yeah, subscribe, do all that good stuff. We're about to get into this Harris pregnancy video. Now, there's been a lot of back and forth of people making it seem like they telling me to react. I'm going to react.
Window.
I'm frustrated as hell a little bit. I'm not even gonna hold y'all, bro.
I'm frustrated too. I am frustrated too. Oh, Jesus. All I need is Jesus, coffee, and true crime. That was Cara. Thank you for saying thank you. Hey, Chaz. Hey, Tash. I think I said hey to you already. It's good to see y'all. Tootie, I am frustrated as hell too. I really am.
All right, so let's get into this video. Now, before we even get into this video, now this is 14 weeks ago. And this title that somebody sent me is Ziyah Harris' cousin Roxy confirms the family knew about the Ziyah Harris pregnancy. Now, I've been telling y'all back and forth that I've been kind of like confused by this because in the comments, people have been mentioning a baby, you know, like they knew. And I'm like, there's no way y'all could have knew, because if y'all knew she was pregnant, then y'all had to know what was going on with this man, you know, saying a blasey blighted. I was confused, but we're gonna go through this. Oh
my gosh, I paused it and then had a brain fart. Oh, now I have not validated any of this myself. I mean, I trust it. I trust the source. I trust the videos. I haven't validated. I was not there. I did not see. I do not know, but it seems legit to me. So that's why I'm sharing it with y'all. Y'all gonna be mad. Y'all gonna be kissing in just a second.
And it says this. Hello, did you guys know the baby was pregnant? Now this is 14 weeks ago, I guess. So this is or beforehand. But anyway, she said, yes, she did. She posted about it. So Roxy Rock says, yes, I posted on my page before it came out to the public. Oh, okay. Now I missed the fuck out of that. I'm gonna be.
Hold on just a second, y'all. I apologize about that. I was trying to figure out what was going on with the internet.
Real. I missed all of that. The fuck? Because see, now that aggravates my soul.
It aggravates mine too. Because how did you know that she was pregnant and nobody did anything? Hey, Marley Mom. Screaming Daisies, good to see you. Katia, good to see you.
Because this says to me that you had to know at the doctor's appointment, right? And see, this is what's troubling to me about CPS and all of this type of shit, bro. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I get it. A guardian got to be there, but that would be weird as fuck to me. Any 13-year-old in the United States of America being pregnant. So like,
yeah. Why is this 13-year-old pregnant? Y'all know that she's pregnant. She went to the doctor right before or around the time period where she would have been pregnant, and didn't nobody say anything? How many other children are dealing with this? How many other quote unquote inner city children are dealing with things like this? How many other babies are having babies? Why is nobody doing anything? Why is this just accepted? I have a big problem with this. I have a big problem with this.
Like, what the fuck is going on? But let me play this vid.
I don't know why it's doing that.
Now, let me try to scan through this.
Now, Ziyah is the one in the gray or white shirt. Do you see? especially when she turns to the side. I'm going to try to pause it. Her shirt is so tight. You can tell it in her boobs. Her boobs are big. And if you remember the other day, I'll try to pull it up again, but we saw a video of her brother. The sister, Jarvis's sister's testimony, she says she saw a skinny girl walking. That this child is not skinny. She's obviously pregnant.
Shawty gon' bag it up. Shawty gon' bag it up. Why? Shawty gon' bag it up.
I missed it.
There's no way in the fucking world that nobody.
She's got her hand up, but you can see the baby bump right here. Her boobs are big. This child, this was a very skinny child. You can see the baby bump. I can see it. I see it clear as day. That is a baby bump. Her boobs have gotten huge. She is 13, y'all. She's 13. She's 13. She's 13. She's 13. Lord Jesus. This child was obviously pregnant. Ain't nobody do a damn thing. Nobody is doing a damn thing. Where were the teachers? Where was the social work? Where was the security guard at the school? Is this going on currently? Is there a bunch of 13-year-old girls that are obviously pregnant in the school having to sit out of physical education because their clothes are so tight? And because how many, it's happening, y'all. It's happening. These children are having babies and ain't nobody doing a damn thing. How many others are there in that area, in that state, in the next state, in the next state? Where? I mean, both. Bad girl said, are you talking about pregnancy or SA being reported to the doctor? SA, yes. Pregnancy? Well, I mean, how did the doctor see her? How did the doctor see her and not question if she was pregnant? Did the doctor not give a shit? Did nobody give a shit? Is it so common that nobody cares? Y'all. And going back to Madeline Soto, okay, if somebody had seen Madeline Soto like this, something would have been done. Somebody would have called. Somebody would have said something. But everybody saw Ziyah Harris like this, and then nobody do shit. Why? Why is that? I've got my speculations, and I'm going to keep it to myself. Doctors do not have to report to CPS about pregnancy due to confidentiality. I understand. I mean, I can see that. But how did a doctor see this child and know she was 13 and that she was pregnant and not do a damn thing? And if they pass it off as nothing new for Ziyah, then how many other 13-year-old babies are having babies? How many other are there? If it's so common that you saw her like this and didn't do a damn thing, why is that? How many others are out there? Hey, Lucille, it's so uncommon that it's hard to say she was pregnant or just gaining weight. I mean, I saw that. I thought that, but it's... to me, it's obvious that it's a baby bump. And when you see, I'll pull up that video. I'll work on getting that video of her brother. She's built just like her brother, like a stick twig, like a light pole. No meat on the bones. And then she's got this child's in like a double D bra at 13. Like her boobs were getting big, filling up with milk for the baby. And y'all. Oh, the baby, they ain't ever found her body. So, yeah, the baby would be deceased.
You can tell that this girl is pregnant. It's nowhere in the world, bro. It is, bro, it is nowhere in the world, Shawty. It is nowhere in the world. It is no way that you can walk past this girl and tell. Because once I pull up this picture of her from May 22nd of 2023, and you mean to try to tell me that this shit was only like some months later and y'all couldn't tell? And I can look at it and tell right now. I'm looking at it right here in this picture. It could tell. Bro, are you serious right now? Bro, this is...
Look at the thumbnail. If you look at the thumbnail of this video where she's in a Nike shirt, you can tell by her arms how skinny she was. And that was a few months before this. Cara said the state failed her too if she was brought to the doctor. Yes, they did. Everybody failed her. Tan said Annette knew she couldn't take her to the doctor because they would report it. I just think they gave her a at-home pregnancy test. Well, I don't know. Evidently, she went to the doctor recently. I don't know where that came from. You know what I mean? I was not there. I did not see. But if she went to the doctor looking like that, I got a problem. I've already got a problem with everybody else around her not doing a damn thing. Hey, Cajun Juju. Yeah, she could have been covered up in winter clothes, but this is at home. You can tell that shirt, that her shirt that she's wearing is not even moving because it's so tight. And then I heard about the PE. She was having to sit out of PE because her clothes were tight and she didn't feel good. And we're going to hear about why she's at school not feeling good, laying on the floor in the counselor's office about her stomach hurting. Because that's from, we're going to get into something from Ratchet King about that. Leah said, hey, Leah, they said she was at least 6 months pregnant in January. She looks it. She looks it. Hey, Rachel. Cara said Michigan child protection laws require certain professionals to report their suspicions of child abuse or neglect to centralized intake, CI, at the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services. If she was seen by a doctor and that doctor didn't do shit, I got a problem. And if that doctor didn't do shit, is it because it's so common? And either way, I've got a problem. I've got a problem. These children need therapy. They need help. They need trauma support. It needs to stop. This it's got to stop. These children having children. Jenny Jen said, unless the family would lie and say she had a boyfriend. And that's a possibility, but either way, even if she said she had a boyfriend and she at 13 years old and it was another 13-year-old boy, she still needs to be brought in for counseling, for trauma. She needs to understand that it's wrong. Cara said, these people are mandated reporters and have established relationship with children based on their profession. Yeah. She didn't want to send Butts nude photos because of being pregnant. Oh, wow. I hadn't heard that. Cara dropped the link. The mandated reporters list. Thank you for that, Cara. Tosh said, was she pregnant by SA or a boyfriend? Not fully familiar with this case. She was pregnant by sexual assault. A man named Jarvis Butts was sexually assaulting her. This man, Jarvis Butts, has 5, possibly 6 children with her aunt. And we're going to watch more of the preliminary hearing on that. Jarvis Butts was the last one to see her. Jarvis Butts was born in 1982. I don't know how old he is off the top of my head, but he was basically her uncle and was doing this to her. But it's a generational thing. Supposedly her aunt got pregnant by him at 13 years old. The grandma supposedly had a child at 11. I mean, these are all just rumors, but it's hard with this case because a lot of it is just rumors. And yeah, hey, K-Palm, K-Palm, the napalm. I don't want to get racial about this, but I'm going to read what she said. It said, unfortunately, Black children do not receive the attention white children do. And I'm sorry. I am so very sorry. And I'm not trying to offend nobody, but that is absolutely true. If somebody had seen Madeline Soto looking like that, somebody would have called somebody. But they didn't for Ziyah. Why? I got a big fucking problem with that. Excuse my language, but I got a big motherfucking problem with that. That is fucked up. That is wrong. Y'all. Jesus Christ. Whew. She said, I live in the St. Louis area, and if you wouldn't believe the things I've seen here, it's why I'm going into social work. Well, I appreciate you for doing that, and I hope you can help somebody. I can't. This is bullshit. This is bullshit.
This is crazy. This shit made me want to break something.
It makes me want to break something too. Look at her.
Shawty gon' bag it up. Yeah, shawty gon' bag it up. Shawty gon' bag it up. Shawty gon' bag it up. Why? Shawty gon' bag it up. Shawty gon' bag it up.
Bro, you can see it in her.
Did you see when she jumped? Watch her when she jumps and spins. You can see it's a baby bump. Watch when she jumps and like spins around. Watch her. Spins around. Watch her. Watch her. Look at her belly.
Shawty gon' bag it up. Why? Shawty gon' bag it up.
You just, I mean, you can see it.
Bro, you can see it in her boob.
You can see it in her boobs, in her belly. You can see it. I can see it. I've had 3 children. I can see it. That's not just gaining weight. She would be thicker in her thighs, in her arms, in her legs. That's not just gaining weight. She would be thicker everywhere. She's thicker in the breast and in the belly, and that's it. Michelle said her life means just as much as any other 13-year-old girl, regardless of color. It really is just infuriating and sickening. It is. It is. Why? Yo, I'm going to go off. It's never a mannequin. I like your name. Yes, that's actually very true. Her case didn't even garner interest until the judge's comments went viral. Yeah, I looked into it a little bit back in when it first hit, but I couldn't pull any FOIA information, so I didn't look into it much after that. And I'm going to tell you, if I talk about Madeline, I have 100, 200 people in chat. Right now, there's 65 people, and I appreciate everybody. I appreciate every one of you so very much. But again, why is that? Why is she not getting just as much attention as Madeline's is? Now, I mean, don't get me wrong. I have both of these children. I have a special place in my heart for. They were both done wrong, but this case is worse in my opinion, and it shouldn't matter. It shouldn't matter. All these children deserve the same amount of attention. But I could also say the same thing about the video I play in the beginning with the missing children. There's usually anywhere from 30 to 32 children on that video that don't get talked about. I don't even talk about them. I show the video and that's it. That's what I do. I mean, and at least that's getting out here. But then you got another case that's been talked about ad nauseum for almost a year now. In 2 weeks, it'll be a year now. And it's to the point that they're making up fake photos to keep that case in the forefront. And everybody deserves the same amount of attention on their cases and on what's going on. And this needs to be shouted from the rooftops. Rachel said it's wrong on so many levels. Sadly, a lot needs to change in these communities and families to break the cycle. Yes, it does. This cycle needs to be broken. Yes, it does. Hey, Mrs. O. Jenny Jen said all these children need awareness and justice, and they absolutely do. I'm sorry. I'm so upset. Cara said, share this video on your social media. Do everything you can to help bring as much attention to this case as Maddie's case has. Yes. Please, because, and more people need to be held accountable. It wasn't just Jarvis. Jarvis did it, but there's other people involved in this case that saw it and didn't say a damn thing. We need her found so Jarvis can be charged with the baby too. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. Florida girl, it's good to see you. Do you think the authority figures around her? Well, I don't know. I don't know about that. I don't know. I hope to God that wasn't it. I don't think so, because from the people I've seen in court that are involved in the case, that wasn't the case. I think it's normalized, and that shit is disgusting. I think it's normalized, especially in certain areas of the country, and that shit needs to stop. It needs to stop. Because this is not normal. It takes a village. We need to keep our eyes peeled on all children. If you see anything that doesn't look right, please say something. Children are innocent and they all matter. Absolutely. Thank you, K-Palm. And lastly, before we get back to the video, Tash said for decades, it's always been brown, black, and indigenous girls have been forgotten. If they go missing, they are runaways who were bad and loose. If white girl goes missing, there's Amber Alerts. I'm going to tell you, I mean, and again, I can't, I'm going to move on from the racial aspect of this because I don't want to get in trouble, but I've noticed that the statistics as far as the indigenous, especially that go missing, are not looked for like other ones are. If you look at my videos, there is a difference. There's a lot more people that are supposedly missing that are of one race than another. And they don't garner as much attention. And it shouldn't be that way. It shouldn't be that way. You see the you know, when it comes to an indigenous person, the only time you ever really hear about it is when you see the girls with the like red handprint over their face talking about it. Like they have to go out and protest to get these girls and boys' names out there. So I'm going to move on from that because, again, I don't want to get in trouble. I'm not trying to disrespect anybody, but this is not acceptable on any level anywhere.
Oops. Y'all seen Ziyah's brother? Y'all know how they was built. Ziyah was built just like how she is with this red on, dog. Dog, ain't no way, bro. Ain't no way, bro. Yo, this don't make y'all want to uppercut Shannon and the grandma? Bro, it is.
Yes, it makes me want to. It makes me want to. Yes, Bad Girl said, if this is triggering for you, please leave and come back tomorrow. Thank you. And I appreciate that. Please. Yes, please do. And I appreciate that. Tomorrow we're going to be doing trial coverage of the Megan Boswell case. Hey, Smoky Mountain Mermaid. But yeah, if it's too much, please leave and don't worry. You're good. You can sit this one out. Hey, Ashley. Right? It's a very heavy topic.
No way.
Hey, Jennifer.
I'm even troubled about the teachers.
We just supposed to be quiet and just keep letting it happen?
That's where I'm at. We're just supposed to be quiet and let it continue. Let the generational cycles continue.
So if Ziyah was back in the house, oh, they all right. It's cool. Still tell the kids to be quiet. Still leave the kids over there in the house. Let me tell you something.
Yeah, I'm with her. Not me. Not me. Not me. Abella said, a red dress is a symbol of murdered and abused Indigenous girls and women there in Canada. I've seen that. And they don't get enough attention either.
Let me tell you something. It couldn't have been me.
Me either. Me either.
It couldn't have lick Alicia. It couldn't have been me. Okay. No one, especially no child. Okay.
Hey,
no
Bobby.
child in my family. I don't give a damn if I hadn't seen this child in 10, 15, 20 years. There is no child.
Hold on, y'all. I'm too drunk for this shit.
And I want to say it does not matter if they were in my family. I don't care. I don't care. My family, your family, his family, her family, their family, that family. I don't give a crap. No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Boomer, I have to take a walk. I have to take a walk. And I saw these videos this morning and I had to take a walk already. Tan said, very few non-white YouTubers have showed interest in Ziyah's case. The Black community has picked it up. I'm glad. Because I have to be careful. But I'm glad it's getting the attention that it is now. I wish that it had been brought to the attention of I wish somebody had done something before she went missing.
So you mean to tell me when Annette was doing that press conference, that they already, y'all don't think that was important information to say this child was preggoed in? No, because see,
y'all remember we watched the grandma do the press conference talking about that she was missing and all of that, and I can work on pulling that back up if y'all need to see that again. But yeah, you didn't think to tell nobody that she was pregnant. Why is that? Because you worried about saving yourself?
See this, she said she was a good girl, she would never do this. Y'all don't think that would have been important information
in my family that is going to come to me and tell me this is what's happening to me? Can you please help me? And all I'm gonna do is pick up a fucking phone. And just leave it at that.
Absolutely not. Nope.
They cannot come to me and tell me, Cousin Roxy.
Oh, thank you. I'm sorry. It's never a mannequin. Thank you for subscribing and becoming part of our speculating family. I really appreciate that. That was so very sweet of you. Shannon said that Ziyah had taken a pregnancy test and it was positive, so she knew in a recent YouTube interview. I'll have to find that. Maybe we can go over it one day. I haven't seen that one yet. I played the video, I think it was the day before yesterday, where you see on the TikTok video where she appears to say Ziyah took a pregnancy test and the lines were faint, so she had her take another pregnancy test, and then I think the video cuts because she tells somebody she don't want to be recorded. But I mean, again, I try to be factual. I couldn't tell if she was talking about herself or Ziyah in that video. And again, I do want to say, like, I was not there. I did not see. I do not know. And I don't know these people personally. So I'm going by what everybody's saying. But from what I can tell, this is all legitimate. I mean, I know that's the Cousin Roxy because we watched the Facebook interview with her, with the people, the missing people. And she was the one that was talking with the pictures of Ziyah behind her on the poster. And that's the same woman. So I do know that. Abellis, thank you so much for gifting 20 memberships. That was so very sweet of you. My goodness. Thank you so very much. Wow. That is amazing. Thank you so much for your support. That was so very sweet. Hey, Carolina. I'll come pick y'all up on the crazy train and we'll go on to Speculation Station. We're going to go to Detroit and help these children out. That's where we're going to go on the crazy train. Those memberships went to Mom of Three Boys, Becky, Dainty Dane. I think Dainty Dane was gifted yesterday or they were in chat. Sunshine Susie Q, Sam's mom, Kim, K8 Face 90, That Girl James, Number One, Blessed Mo, Kristen, Wendy, Jean, Arla, Melanie, Yvette, Jenny B, Jeep Sahara, Samantha, Marianne. Write this down. Thank you so much for that, Abellis. That was so very sweet of you. I really appreciate that. If you guys were gifted a membership, please tell Abellis thank you. That was so very sweet. K-Palm says, also, there are so many people spreading false info about this case. 2D, Strategic, Grizzly, and you are the only people that I haven't seen say anything wildly false, oh my goodness, that I haven't seen saying wildly false stuff to get clout and money. Yeah, it's not about that for me. Hey, Samantha. That's why I want to do I want to do fundraisers. I want to do one for Madeline Soto, and I need to find a date that was special for Ziyah. And that will be the only time I drop a Cash App. I'm going to make a Cash App and PayPal for fundraising, because we did fundraising for the people of Western North Carolina. And $650 was raised. But of course, YouTube takes like 40 something %. So it left me with 342 from that. But I donated the entire 650. So I'm going to try to get away. Like, I'm going to have a fundraising PayPal, Cash App, and Venmo for fundraising, because I want to give back. I want to give back. I'm talking about these cases. I want to help out. Like, I genuinely want to help. And those, when we're doing fundraisers, will be the only time you will ever see those things on my channel, because I don't agree with that. I don't agree with dropping PayPal, Cash App, and Venmos. That's just me personally. I don't like it. So the only way to contribute to the channel is by hitting the thumbs up and joining memberships. But we will do that for those. I'm going to donate to the after school program that Ziyah attended. And then for Madeline, I'm going to do the school. I'm going to try to do specifically chorus. So I am working on getting that stuff set up. Yeah. Hey, Miss Yogi. Well, thank you for coming in. I appreciate that. All right. I'm going to continue playing this video.
Cousin Roxy, please help me. And I just make a phone call, get denied.
How did you have this child come to you and ask you for help? Please help me. I'm being abused. Please help me. And all you do is make a phone call. Look, again, like she said, not me. Not me. I would have been over there. I would have been talking. I probably would have been throwing some punches. I would have been punching somebody. I don't know. Something would have happened. I would have got up off my ass and I would have done something. Chaz said, I'm looking at what the auntie said about the 2 pregnancy tests, and I saw the picture of Ziyah. You're right. She is skinny in those pics. It's on someone's TikTok. Yep. You can see in the thumbnail how skinny her arms and stuff is. And in that video, her legs, it's not like she's gained a lot of weight, because her thighs would be bigger. Her arms would be bigger. Like, you can tell that she is pregnant. I saw that they're doing locks for Maddie, and I think that's really sweet. But I want to donate money to something. You know, I can send a lock of love and they can put it on the fence. But I want to do something to give back, because I've talked about her case. I have made money off of it, and I want to help. I want to give back. I want to do something that she can look down from heaven and know was done for her in her name. I want to do more than just put a lock on a fence. But I think the locks of love are super sweet. And if you guys want to do that, I think you definitely should, because that is a super sweet way to show you care. But I want these girls to look down from heaven and know that somebody cared enough to try to do something, to try to support something they enjoyed. Hey, it's me. I lived on 7 Mile when I was in 3rd grade. My baby sister told a lie and said, Mom said we could stay after school for Girl Scouts. Mom called the school and was told nobody was there. Oh my God. Oh my God. Yes, K-Palm said you can also tell by her facial features swelling. Yeah. Oh, the locks of love don't exist anymore. Oh, Ahio said the property owner took it down 6 months ago. Okay. Yeah, see, I'd rather donate money somewhere to something they like, which is why I want to try to do that. But getting back to the video.
Denied,
Hey, Chris.
and denied, and denied, and denied, and denied. Like from a different cloth.
That's not a different cloth. That is not a different cloth.
From a different cloth. Here.
That is not cut from a different cloth. That is not cut from a different cloth. That is just fucked up. That is just fucked up. That's just fucked up. It's not cut from a different cloth. That's just fucked up. And I understand. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm trying to close the windows. I think my son's out there building a tree house, and so he keeps knocking on stuff. I understand that it may be generational. Okay. But even if it is generational, even if grandma had a baby at 11, which is what the rumor is, and let me say it's a rumor. Again, I was not there. I did not see. I do not know. And if Shannon had a baby at 13 by Jarvis, again, I was not there. I did not see. I do not know. But if those things are true and you went through that and you know how hard it was for you, why are you letting it happen again? And that's going with if she didn't know about the sexual abuse that Jarvis was doing to her. If she did, it's a whole nother level of effed up. And I have to ask, if she did know, would she have done anything? Because this child is very obviously pregnant and they didn't do a damn thing. Tan said Roxy lived in Texas. She got CPS to go to Annette's house. Annette had the kids lie and say there was no abuse and everyone was happy. Imagine that. Imagine that. Yeah, I don't. Marley's mom said their GoFundMe should be let's scam you. Yeah, I don't advise donate. I'm going to tell you to never donate to somebody's family GoFundMe for somebody that's missing or been murdered. I would advise you very heavily to not do that. That's up to you though. I would advise you, if you want to donate and try to help, I would advise you again to like the schools for the children. Find something that person like and make a donation there. That would be my advice. You don't know if a family member is involved. You don't know what that GoFundMe money is going for. You know, if you want to donate to help with funeral expenses, I would contact the funeral home. I would try to find the funeral home and contact them specifically to help. That's just my advice. Carolina said, exactly. We can see Naziah's TikTok and begins to see the transformation from before pregnant up until the end when she was pregnant. This girl was let down by everyone in her family. And it's not only in her family, it's the community as a whole. Michelle, sorry, I didn't mean to start it and just pause. Jarvis got Naziah's aunt, Shannon, pregnant, and she has 5 children with him. Now, people say that they have 6 and their first child was had when Shannon was 13. But somebody pointed something out to me last night in the comments section. Now, Jarvis was born in 82. So if Shannon got pregnant by him at 13, they probably would have been around the same age. He might have been a little bit older. So it wouldn't have been predatory necessarily. But even at that, like if he got you pregnant at 13, even if y'all were around the same age, why are you not trying to step in and stop it from happening to Naziah? And that's going with if she didn't know that Jarvis was messing with these babies. Okay. If she thought Naziah was pregnant by a boyfriend or something at 13, why have you not tried to step in and say, you know, beforehand and raise her different? You knew how hard it was. You knew how it happened to you and they had to give the baby up. I mean, you know what I mean? And you got 5 other kids. I can't imagine your life is very easy with 5 children. That's stressful and that's hard. Naziah's living with grandma and Shannon's living with grandma. And they're sending Naziah and her brother up to the auto parts shop that's owned by Jarvis to clean. And they know that Jarvis is a sexual offender. As a matter of fact, I could be wrong. Shannon might have known because from what I've heard, Jarvis approached Shannon and said, I'm a sexual offender. Do you still want to be with me? And she said, yes. Now, I don't know. Again, I was not there. I did not see. I do not know. And there's a lot of rumors going on in this case. So I don't know. That's just what I've heard. Hey, Natasha. I don't know. Shannon might be in her early 30s. I know Jarvis is in her 40s. See, and he did. Yeah, Marley's mom. That's what I've heard. Shannon admitted he was a sexual offender, but he deserved a second chance. And then you're sending these babies to the shop to clean up the shop, knowing he's a sexual offender. See, y'all were telling me, a lot of people are saying she knew and she said it herself. I need to verify it. I need to hear her say it, and then I'll put that out. But that's what I'm hearing from everybody. And again, why is nobody doing a damn thing for this child? She is a child. Ziyah was a straight A student. Ziyah was going places. She was a straight A student in 8th grade. And don't get me wrong, it's wonderful for these children to be straight A students from the time they start to the time they finish. But 8th grade, like keeping straight A's all the way up through 8th grade. 8th grade is where it gets hard. 7th grade, I'd say it starts getting harder in about 6th grade. And she kept straight A's the whole time. She was getting up out of there. She was getting up out of that situation. She was going to be better. She was going to have a better life. She was doing good. They said she was a rule follower. Now the world is lost a beautiful child that could have been a doctor, a lawyer, so many things. I'm so furious. K-Palm says she said it on her 7 Mile radio interview. Okay, I'll have to listen to it.
Somebody said that. So somebody said something about September, something like that. I don't know nothing about September. I wasn't here in September. Like, I feel like there's so many people that feel like they don't want to get involved in other people's shit because, you know, it's not their business, it's not their situation, and, you know, they did what they could do and this and this and that. I feel like that only applies to certain situations. You know what I'm saying? Like lightweight.
It's not. Look, let me see a child walking around like that, and you tell me it's not my business. What the hell do you mean it's not my motherfucking business? Are you excuse the fuck out of me? What the fuck do you mean it's not my motherfucking business? That is a child carrying a child. I'm gonna make it my business. I'm gonna make it my business. I sure am. I sure am. Yes, ma'am. It will be my business. My business. I wish somebody would. I wish somebody would.
Type situations. Lightweight. Baby, this was heavy.
Yes, it was.
It was heavy. Like, I don't know. I feel like I just would have had to deal with the consequences of the police coming to my house to come get her every night. Every night. Yep. I would have went over there and got her. They would have came over there and picked her up. I would have went over there and got her. They would have came over there and picked them up. Yep. And we just would have been playing goddamn ping pong with her. That's it.
Yep. If I told somebody in the community, if I knew about this situation and I told the police and CPS and all of these people still didn't do a damn thing, I would have done the same damn thing. I would have went over there and I would have got her, and they would have come and they would have took her back, and I would have about 27 damn kidnapping charges and would not give a shit. I'd go for 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. I would not care. I would not care. Y'all better bomb me out because I'm nope. She's not going to go back over there. Not today. Yep, Janet.
It's people reaching out to me right now. Roxy, can you help me find such and such? Can you help me find this person? Can you help me find that person? Somebody said something to me, talking about, can I help them? And the girl left voluntarily. We're not doing that. We're not doing that.
And from what I've heard, from what I understand, Shannon knew he was a registered sex offender. They're saying it's on 8 Mile Radio. She admits it in several interviews. I haven't heard the interview myself, I have to hear it myself and verify that it's her. But from what everybody's saying, yes, I haven't looked into that interview personally, so I can't verify it. But they're saying it's on an interview that Shannon did with 7 Mile Radio, that she admits that she knew Jarvis was a sexual offender, but everybody deserves a second chance. And so she kept him around. And Grandma said that he wasn't allowed in her house. That was on the preliminary. She said that on the stand. She said he was not allowed in her house. And they asked her specifically about some time that he spent with Ziyah in the basement. So evidently he did come in the house. Evidently he was allowed in the house. Oh, this woman, I'm sorry. This woman is from Texas. She's an extended family member. Her name is Roxy. Ziyah and them lived in Detroit, Michigan. She was in Texas. She didn't know. She hadn't talked to them in a long time. But I'm going to tell you, from what I've heard and what I understand, as soon as she found out Ziyah was missing, she picked up, left Texas, went to Michigan, and has been searching for this child the whole time, as soon as she found out she was missing. I got on my neighbor's case about letting her 6-year-old granddaughter ride in the elevator alone to the basement. If they like it or not, I don't care. Yeah, that's not cool, because you don't know who's going to be on that elevator. And then she's going down to the basement by herself. God knows who could follow her. Tan said the entire neighborhood knew Jarvis Butts was a sexual offender and was not supposed to be in the house around those kids. See what the F is going on. Thank you so much. Bell Money, thank you. I appreciate that. I'm going to need it. I swear to God, I'm going to need it. I'm going to need it. I'm going to need it. Thank you, Hio. That was so sweet of you. I really appreciate that. That was so very sweet. Real quick, lastly, Marley's mom said the text proved he was in the house many times. Granny lied on the stand. That's what I've heard. I haven't heard the actual text messages yet. We might get into some of those today.
At one point, yes, her brother did run away. That is true. That is a true statement. Her brother Vari did.
I love your face too.
Yes, Vari did run away.
Carolina said Roxy is the only one who has been front and center in the Ziyah Harris case. Ziyah Harris' bio mother wasn't allowed in the house. Jarvis Butts was. Make that make sense. Girl, preach it. Oh no, Smoky Mountain. I'm so sorry, love. Miss O, I'm not sure when she did this, where she's talking on TikTok Live, I believe. This video came out a day or two ago from Tootie Uncensored.
I mean, from what I heard, he got tired of certain things too. I don't know exactly what it was, because again, I wasn't here when he ran away.
I think he got tired of life in that household. I think he got tired of all the bullshit that was going on in that house. I do. I think that's why he left. I think he might have found him a little girlfriend and left with her because he was sick and tired of seeing all the shit going on in that household. But that's just me speculating, allegedly. Cara said, everyone please hit that like, share this case on your social media, share it on Reddit to other true crimers, just everyone and anyone you can think of. We need more attention here. We do. And I try to tiptoe on this case because I have to be careful. But this is just straight bullshit. I'm sorry. This is fucked up. Excuse my French.
But yeah, he did run away. So I can only imagine with just the variations of stories that we've heard about Ziyah, I can only imagine the reason why he chose to run away.
Carolina, I've heard that too. I was not there. I did not see. I do not know. I don't want to see. But I've heard that Jarvis was sleeping with basically everybody in the family. And trigger warning, but apparently he was sleeping with a damn 4-year-old and gave her chlamydia as well. So he was not sleeping. He was abusing and raping a 4-year-old and gave her chlamydia. I haven't been able to verify that, but that's what is also being said and alleged.
Around family.
Thank you.
You know, she was the typical little girl. She really was. And as she said, she just didn't have, the proper support.
Okay, and I like to let the audience know Nigeria, that name is kind of like a little different.
She was in direct contact with both Ziyah and her brother.
Now, this is them talking about somebody. I think it's Shannon's twin sister, but I'm not positive on that.
They both confided in her several times about coming to get them, and she never went to go get them. No one knew any contact information for them or what address they were at except for Kawana. That is why no one can go get them, because Kawana wouldn't tell anyone the information as to where they were at.
Why? Okay, so they're calling people asking for help. And this woman, Kawana, I don't know her relation to the situation, knows where these children are at. People are contacting Kawana saying, hey, so, Ziyah contacted me. She needs some help. She's got some things going on. I need to go get her. Where is she at? And this woman won't tell nobody. Why? Why are you hiding her? Why are you hiding these children? How long have you been hiding these children? Was it after she became pregnant because you knew she was pregnant and that's why you wanted to hide her? Is it beforehand and you knew Jarvis was molesting these children and you didn't want them to speak about it? What's going on? What's going on? Why when these people are calling you, why won't you tell them where the children are at? More importantly, when you find out that these children are reaching out for help, why are you not doing anything? Why is it that these children are reaching out to other people in the family or community for help? You know about it because people are calling you, asking you where these children are located so they can help, and you ain't doing a damn thing, to the extent that if it was before she got pregnant, she's now pregnant. Y'all, I'm so ready to, I'm going to go to jail this here day. Hey, Coach, mommy coach, I'm sorry. I can't remember which one it is right now. I get Roxy is hailed as a hero, but if she knew Butts was a sex offender, even though she lived elsewhere, couldn't she have reported it to police before Ziyah went missing? Or can you not do that across states in the U.S.? You can. I don't know if she knew that Jarvis was a sexual offender. By the way, it seems to me, I don't think she knew. If she did know, I think she would have reported it. And from what it sounds like, she did report something going on to CPS. CPS goes to grandma's house and grandma makes the children lie and they just roll out. They just roll out. CPS and all the social workers just roll out like, okay, well, everything looks good here. Everything looks great. Okay, I'll leave y'all alone now. Y'all can get back to all of the horrible things y'all was doing because I'm just going to roll out. And I don't want to talk crap about the social workers. They're all underpaid and overworked. But, I mean, and it's like she was reaching out for help. That's different. Madeline kept it a secret from everybody as far as we know, right? Except for possibly Jen Soto, and we'll find out more at trial. Ziyah was reaching out. Ziyah contacted people and said, hey, this is what's going on. I need help. And didn't get any help. Hey, Rubber Ramada. It's so bad and so sad. And I understand if you can't and you need to step away today, and that's fine. I respect you, and I understand that completely. And I apologize. Like I said, tomorrow we'll be doing Megan Boswell. I was going to try to do it today, but they're doing jury selection, which I thought had already been done, but evidently it had not. So tomorrow we'll be doing case coverage of the Megan Boswell case, and I will start at 10:30 in the morning, which is several hours before my normal lives. Leah said, Roxy spoke to the grandmother, Annette. Annette said that she had contacted the police, but it was a lie. CPS came, but the children said there wasn't any SA. Yep. That's what I heard.
Especially when it came to her brother. As for Ziyah, she stated she'd been doing whatever it was that she was supposed to be doing since September, which would have been 3 months before Ziyah went missing, and all she did was pick up a phone. Meanwhile, she knew the whole time what was happening because the children were confiding in her and trusted her the most. She did nothing for either one of them. So if anyone could have prevented this crap from happening, it would have been her.
These children are confiding in this person and telling her, and this woman is not doing nothing. And that goes back to it being generational and accepted. Why is it being why is this a generational thing? Why is it being accepted in this family? Why is it being accepted in this community? How many others are in the community that are walking around right now looking like that? Babies having babies and ain't nobody doing a damn thing. K-Palm, the Napalm, said the system is broken. If there isn't obvious evidence or neglect or abuse, they have to close the case. There needs to be more investigation, like psychologists and things like that. There absolutely does, because if they had taken them children to the doctor, they would have known. If they made them take them children to the doctor, they would have known, especially a 4-year-old with fucking chlamydia. Sorry. I'm fed up. That was my first timestamp. I'm not going to play her whole video. I picked a few timestamps for us to listen to. You guys need to go check her out. She's got a lot of information on this case. Again, this is 2D Uncensored. She talks. She's not filtered. Obviously, she's uncensored. Right now, she is the one pinned at the comment section. Please go check her out. Watch her entire video. I've got another clip right here for us to listen to. So a 2-minute clip, and then we'll get to the next video. Then we'll talk about a preliminary hearing.
Ain't no way. Ain't no way. I'm troubled.
Me too.
I'm troubled. I'm troubled like shit, y'all.
Me too.
Cause
Shawty gon' bag it up. Shawty gon' bag it up.
there's no way.
Nope. Watch her body. Like, look at her belly when she turns. I know
Bro, her sweatshirt is not moving.
It's not.
Her sweatshirt is not moving. I don't really know how to feel.
Me either.
About her just yet. Sometimes I have mixed emotions, no lie. But I got to understand that some of that is going to be in protecting my family, because at the end of the day, no matter how fucked up it is going to be your family. What I will say is that she went through against the grain of a lot of niggas in her family.
Oh, I apologize.
She packed up her life, uprooted her life, and came down this motherfucker, and she put her head to the ground to go look for a little cuz. Nah.
And that's talking about Roxy. She did pick up, uprooted her life, and came up to look for this child. So I have respect for Roxy. Leah, we are all trouble. We are all trouble. I'm sorry your YouTube keeps crashing, Cara. There's been things going on YouTube. K-Palm said people need to lay off Roxy. Truly, she did her best not being close to the situation for so long. Yeah, I have a lot of respect for Roxy, because it's not cheap to uproot everything in Texas and move all the way up to Detroit, Michigan, and to go help find. But she's been out there looking, and I think 2D Uncensored has been out there looking too. I think she's from Detroit as well. So I have a lot of respect for them.
Now, there are certain things that I feel like she might have been privy to that she just didn't admit. And at that particular time, You know what I'm saying? I got respect because I feel like without her jumpstarting this whole campaign on social media, I don't think it would have been as broad as it is.
And I'm gonna stop there. You guys need to go check her out. You need to check out that video. She did a really good job. She's always pulling stuff. She got a phone call. I'm hoping that we can go over as well. That she had just put out a few minutes ago. But definitely check her out. This man right here, we watched him the other day. His name is Ratchet King. Oh, hold on. Hopefully it won't go back. I'm gonna pin his comment. Or hold on. I gotta try to pause it. Lord have mercy. I hate when it does that. Hold on just a minute. Okay. I'm going to pin his, I'm going to link his channel. It's going to be pinned at the top of the comment box now. I'm going to drop that link and pin it real quick. And he is also linked in the comment section below. If he hears this, I did send a super chat to ask for permission to use this video. I hope that he doesn't mind. I haven't checked my email to see if they gave me permission. I'm going to check that real quick. Yeah, I haven't seen anything yet, but I did super chat them. I asked for permission. I paid basically to use the video. So hopefully they won't strike me. Again, this is Ratchet King. He's pinned at the top of the chat box and in the description box. Please go give him a like and subscribe. He's been getting a lot of firsthand information on this as well. And I'm going to try to go back to this phone call that Tootie had. Now, I'm going to try to put closed captions on. This is going to be a phone call between somebody talking to somebody, and it's basically them saying what they did to Ziyah, what the whole family did as far as her death. Now, I do want to say I was not there. I did not see. I don't know who's on this phone call. I have no idea who it is. It could be somebody wanting to get, out there. It could be somebody that's legitimately related to the case. I don't know. But this is the phone call that they're talking about. And the name of the video is Shannon Harris unalived Ziyah Harris while Jarvis Butts takes the fall. So I figured I'd play it and we would talk about it. K-Palm says she also knows something because she's saying the same thing Detroit Police Department homicide is right now. I don't think Ziyah can be recovered. And that's why they are saying it's pointless to search. Trial in March. I'm going to cover the trial. It's never a mannequin said, oh, so the reports that they had found her body aren't true. Yeah, that's not true. 7 Miles said there is no need to keep searching for her now. That's not true that I know of. That I know of. Yeah, he's the one I played the other day that had the documents showing that Shannon had he didn't have the documents, but he said he pulled court records where somebody went after Shannon for child support for a child that was born in 2006, which would have been when Shannon was 13, and she gave it up for adoption. Yeah, I don't know about that. I don't know. I just pulled his stuff up. I don't know that it's real. I'm going to share it with you. We're going to talk about if it's true. If it's not, just disregard it. I don't know where he got it from. I was not there. I did not see. I do not know if this is legitimate or not. It sounds legitimate to me. I don't know. So we're going to listen to it and talk about it. That's all I know. Now, I will say I didn't see the document where that woman's going after her for child support, but we did see a document showing that Mr. Eric is a registered sex offender, and that's the brother of Annette, the grandma. And he was in the house, and we saw a video of him hugging and kissing all over Ziyah. It was bad.
Some antifreeze or whatever he's gonna try to get rid of the baby. Okay.
Hold on, I'm gonna start it over. This again is Ratchet King. Please give him a like and subscribe. Oh my gosh, Mouse. Stay there.
To try some antifreeze or whatever he's gonna try to get rid of the baby. He gave that to her, you know what I'm saying, and tried to do whatever he could do. She was feeling sick or whatever. All right, so he gets in the car, drops her off, and go back home. All right, but she gets out to go home.
right. So far they're saying that he gave her antifreeze, and it makes sense because on his Google search history, he looks up antifreeze for a pregnancy, for terminating a pregnancy. Okay. So supposedly he gave her antifreeze, was going to take her back home and dropped her off, and he did. Boomer said he did a follow-up about the documents. They are all against Jarvis Butts, but don't know how legit it is. I'll have to look into that. Oh, you're talking about another guy. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know the other guy. I just know him.
She go in the house. Shannon didn't get into it with her. They didn't call and see if she was at Jarvis' house because Shannon already knew she was at Jarvis' house because she called to get directions earlier that day.
Okay, so she's saying Shannon didn't call to look for her because Shannon already knew that Ziyah was with Jarvis because Ziyah asked for directions to Jarvis's house earlier that day, and we heard that in court. We heard them talk about how when Shannon was on the stand, and we listened to that yesterday, the police asked her about her giving Ziyah directions to Jarvis's house, and Shannon says she don't know a damn thing about it. So it seems legit. Like, why are you giving this child directions to Jarvis's house the day she goes missing or the day before, but you don't know a damn thing about it? Y'all can go watch the video from yesterday. They talk about it.
Day while she's at school. So when she get back, they get fussing at her for going up to the Jarvis shop and calling fast and this and that. Then it all came out, confirming that she was pregnant, was Jarvis' baby, and Shannon lost it. Shannon lost it real bad.
So at this point, she gets back home. She gets in trouble for going to Jarvis's shop, I guess with grandma or something. And they ask her where she was at. And then, Ziyah, being a freaking child, is going to break and saying that, she's pregnant, that it's Jarvis's baby or whatever. And Shannon's going to lose it. Okay, that's where we're at.
And jumped on Ziyah, beating her, hitting her in the head with some object right there in that house that they overlooked, and killed Ziyah because she was already probably having complications. Remember, from whatever they've been giving her to try to get rid of the baby.
So they talk about hitting her in the head. Now, we haven't seen it. You can see it on the thumbnail, and we'll see it in a few minutes. But her hoodie, the hood has it's like all cut up and stuff. I don't know if it's like stab marks. I don't know if it's where it ripped, but I thought animals got a hold of it. But if she got hit in the head by Shannon until she's dead or whatever, it makes sense because there's holes all in the hood of her hoodie that they recovered. So I don't know how they got there. I thought maybe animals had been chewing on it, but there's no other cuts or parts that the hoodie is ripped. It's only on the hood. So it makes sense that she might have been hitting her in the head. That's what it looks like. Leah said they say the guy speaking is the brother of Jarvis Butts. Yeah, I mean, and it very well could be. It sounds like he knows a lot about the situation. Now, he talks about she was already sick. There was already complications in the pregnancy because they had been giving her antifreeze to get rid of the pregnancy, to try to terminate the pregnancy. They were putting, probably a small amount in whatever they were giving her to drink, trying to terminate the pregnancy.
She was sick earlier that day and on the floor. Instead of them calling the nurse, they called the counselor, school.
So remember, and y'all told me about this, she was sick, laying on the floor in the counselor's office. Instead of calling the nurse, they called the counselor's office. She's sick because they've been giving her antifreeze. She laying on the floor, stomach hurting, sick as hell because it's the antifreeze. They talk about that. Remember, I know y'all told me that she was laying on the floor in the counselor's office the day she went missing. She's sick. They've been giving her antifreeze. Carolina said, I'm guessing that's the one reason Jarvis Butts don't want Ziyah's body to be found. I thought I heard it was because of a school project That is what Shannon testified about Naziyah asking about that location. That's what she testified about for a school project. But what school project is going to have these children going to abandoned houses and shit? K-Pom said there's no evidence that this recording is from someone close to the case or that's his brother. I would caution believing this. They are just repeating stuff from trial. Yes, thank you for that. I do want to put that out here. I have no evidence that this recording is from someone close to the case or that it's his brother. I'm just listening. They could be repeating stuff from the trial. It could all be not real. I don't know. I'm playing it because it gave me some insight. If it is real, it's really interesting. I don't know. She said, Joe Neal, this isn't Naziyah. We're talking about Naziyah. They're also saying she was sick. No, she was asking for the counselor, not the nurse. And everyone says she did not seem unwell. Okay, so I don't know. I've heard that she was laying on the floor in the counselor's office saying she didn't feel good. I don't know. I haven't validated that either. So I do want to say this is just speculation. I don't know. Hey, Joe, by the way, Joe Neal.
So once Shannon beats on it, she passes out, she dies right there. So they panic. So they get her, the twin sister, help Shannon get her into the mama car, and they go and meet Jarvis. Meet Jarvis out there, by where the other girlfriend lives. And Jarvis was going to
So they said they pick her body up after they beat her in the head and she's dead, put her in a car, and go meet Jarvis out there by where his other girlfriend lives.
These different houses at his different girlfriend house, establishing his alibi. Because he knew what had happened between her and Shannon. He had nothing to do with it, but knew that he was also the last person seen with her and probably would be questioned about her being alive. So once Shannon and
So he's at the other girl's house establishing an alibi because he was the last person seen with her.
sisters go out there and read them out there, they get rid of the body, right? So once they get rid of the body, you tell them, bring some extra clothes or whatever. So you get rid of the body and they throw those extra clothes out, which is working. And I don't understand how that's working, because we know what she had on the day at school. We know she
Now,
had.
I will say that this is saying that they threw out clothes into the river to make it seem like she fell in the river, was put in the river or whatever, and that's not the case. They just brought extra clothes. What I'm going to show you today from the preliminary hearing shows some different clothes that she was wearing, and it has her blood and his semen on it. So that's not lining up because he's saying it's working right now. The false clothes that they threw out in the river, some other clothes, and he don't understand why it's working. Well, I saw through the preliminary hearing what I've seen that those clothes have blood and semen on them. So I don't know how, unless they put her blood all over it somehow, and his semen and threw them out. But let me just say that I know for a fact that those clothes appear to be what she was last wearing when she disappeared. But she was described as wearing something different in school. And I don't know how you got just clothes, shoes. They got her jumpsuit, her hoodie, and her shoes and no body. That's not ever made sense to me. But there's blood and semen on the clothes, so I wanna just say that.
Got off the bus with clothes she had on, but they threw out some different clothes with limited amount of blood and stuff on it. Why? Because they only took the jacket off of her.
Now he's saying they put those materials on her, and she's not wearing the Rugrats jacket that she was last reported as being seen in. That jacket is just missing, from what I understand. Michelle said, "Well, Maddie had her grandparents, but she didn't tell anyone. Where is Naziyah? Whereas Naziyah did tell people, and they did nothing. Am I incorrect in thinking this?" No, that's absolutely right. That's absolutely right. They put her in the trunk. You heard that they put her in the trunk of a car going for scrap. That's interesting. Possible.
and probably some other shoes and stuff that was already in the house. But she's still buried in what we saw her in, which is that colorful jacket, them jeans, and some other shoes, wherever she is. And I don't think she's buried nowhere where she can't be found, because they somewhere else and make people go search in the opposite direction.
And so basically they're saying at some point her body gets passed off to somebody that the police aren't paying attention to or tracking. That person goes and buries her body while they drive around basically to pointless places where she can't be buried at, to kind of throw the police off. To say, like the police have said, we got your vehicle in this township over here, so they're looking over here. Because Jarvis, Shannon, and them planned for them to go the complete opposite direction as the person went who actually had Naziah's body, and Naziah is buried somewhere.
So she is deceased, but she was killed by Shannon in a rage because of her jealousy or whatever she had going on with Jarvis. And at the end of the day, the mom and the sister knows what Shannon did, and they're not protecting Jarvis, they're protecting Shannon. And Shannon hoping that Jarvis don't snitch on him, but he's not going to tell until after they try to convict him of the murder, and he see the difference between the time. Remember, his lawyer said they're not going to.
So basically, if that's true, we're waiting on Jarvis to flip on Shannon. And they're saying he's not going to until he sees the difference in time once he gets convicted of murder. Now, I do want to say again, this video is from Ratchet King. He is pinned to the top of the comment section. He's also in the description box. And I don't know this. I don't know if this is true. I was not there. I did not see. I do not know. I just wanted to bring it to you so we could speculate about it. It's all speculation. Mallory said, both of their cases are devastating, makes my heart hurt, and I can't understand it. I can't understand why these babies are not being protected.
Testify the fact that he had inappropriate relations with her. Okay, go ahead and bound it over. But what we are fighting is murder. Why? Because there's no body. Now, here's where it gets tricky. Now, you do know that Shannon and all of them have already made deals with the DA. Why? Because without Shannon, the mom, King, the fiance, without all those people, they would not have a case for murder.
Now that makes sense. They made deals with the DA in order for the DA to get them to testify, because remember, this is a preliminary hearing. They've got to even see if they've got enough to go to trial, because they don't have Naziah's body. Jarvis will never tell where Naziah's body is, because with the body, then they can prove that he murdered her. Without the body, it's a circumstantial case that could possibly be found, and he could possibly be found not guilty by a jury trial. That's why they had the preliminary hearing that we're all seeing. They presented what evidence they had in front of the judge to see if they had enough to go to trial. So obviously they need Shannon, Grandma, the ex-fiance that we're going to watch today, and all of them to testify. So they made a deal, is what he's saying. And Jarvis is thinking, I'm either going to go to jail for being inappropriate with Ziyah and getting her pregnant, or I'm looking at murder. And he's thinking that it carries the same time, or he's going to get off of the case because there's no body. So once he gets convicted of murder and sees that, what the time holds, he might roll on Shannon. But the DA's already made a deal with Shannon, Grandma, and all of them to get them to testify in this case against Jarvis. So it's tricky. They did have almost mirror lives, and it infuriates me to no end as well, to Ms. Holmes. But Naziah was failed worse than Maddie, in my opinion. This case is worse because everybody knew and nobody did a damn thing. Hey, Shauna. Hey, Natasha.
Against this young lady. So they pieced up parts of their statements and testimonies to present what it was they wanted to present to the court. Believe me, there's other text messages, all kinds of messages in their phones that they took. But if they convict them and show that they are also guilty, then who would be on the stand and testify or could testify against Jarvis? Because they all could get up there and just plead the fifth because they all being charged. So therefore, they're letting them.
Okay, so this would explain why nobody else is being charged, because basically, like I said, they had to present what they had to the judge in order to see if it would even go to trial. And he's saying that they have more text messages they're not releasing right now, because if they go ahead and convict Shannon and Grandma and all of them for what they did, then there ain't going to be nobody on the stand to testify, right? And you don't have a body, so it wouldn't be enough to go to court. If you got all of them being held accountable for Naziah's murder, but you don't have Naziah's body, it's going to be a lot harder to take it to trial and get a jury conviction. But if you have Shannon, Grandma, and ex-fiance's testimony to go against Jarvis, then you've got a better chance of getting a conviction through the jury without a body. So I'm hoping he's about to say they're going to do something after they convict Jarvis. But I don't know, because if Jarvis gets convicted of the murder, then that's who they convicted of the murder. How do you go back and charge the family members? Unless you charge them with being an accomplice or accomplice after the fact. Shauna said them other text messages show that she was pregnant and they knew. Yep. And see, Leah, that's another big problem for me. Leah said he deleted her too because she was pregnant. And that's another problem. Number one, if you got a 13-year-old pregnant, why do you got to kill them? Like, the time would be less if you just went to jail for the inappropriate, for raping them. The time you would get for raping them would be less. So why you got to kill them? Okay. And if Jarvis did this to Shannon when she was 13 and he's done it to all these other people, why is it Naziah that had to die? I mean, is it because he was going to go to prison for like get hit with the bitch with a habitual felon? Is that what it was? Like, either way he was looking at that time. But again, either way, like, if you're looking at doing life in prison, either way, then why not let her live? Like, I'll never understand. And is it because I'm a logical person trying to see it from the mindset of someone who is not logical?
Them off and letting them go. They made a deal. They agreed to testify against Jarvis and say what it is that they want them to say. With in turn, keeps them from being prosecuted and charged with anything. But trust me, they know exactly what happened. They know exactly what happened to her. But they want to get Jarvis and get Jarvis off the street because they feel like he's the problem. He's the ringleader. But they
And that's all we have of that phone call. And I understand wanting to get Jarvis and get him off the street, but if that's not all who's involved, we need to do more. We need to do more. Now, I'm going to grab a part of Tootie Uncensored's video.
I feel like she might have been privy to that.
I'm going to play a phone call from Jarvis Butts talking to his fiance, and then we'll jump into the preliminary.
I feel like she might have been privy to that she just didn't admit. And
okay, so that was Ratchet King. Again, please go give him a like and subscribe. I'm going to switch the comments back and put Tootie's back at the top real quick. She's also in the description box. I'm going to play a phone call. It's got some very graphic language. It's supposedly Jarvis talking to the ex-fiance, and then we'll jump into the trial where the ex-fiance testifies on the stand. Now, you've heard, I don't think you've heard, I want you to remember how he sounds in this message, in this phone call, and then compare it to how he's going to sound when we listen to the interrogation video. I want to point out right here, Tootie Uncensored, who is at the top, talks about the text messages between Jarvis Butts and Ziyah are outrageous. And again, we're going to watch this woman testify. I don't know if she's wearing blue in the one that she testifies in that I have, but we're going to watch that. But if you want to watch it, please check her out. Now, I'm going to play only a portion of this just so you can hear the phone call. This phone call is graphic. They use the N-word a lot. It's not a good conversation to have. If you have children in the room for some reason, please get them out. She is dying laughing about this phone call. Again, this phone call is very graphic. It's very nasty. But just listen how he's talking to this woman that's supposed to be his fiance. Again, this is 2D Uncensored. Her link is pinned at the top and in the comment section. We're only going to listen to about a minute of this video.
This is Jarvis on this here tape, on this here audio. Yeah, so he's talking to the fiance.
I'm going to turn closed captions on. That might help you understand it better. Again, it's going to be real graphic, so I apologize. Real nasty.
Say which one, we can try to figure it out, but let's see what he's talking about. Let's get it.
I think it's the one that's on the stand that we're going to listen to, but I'm not positive.
Look, got a lie on your people. Your brother literally asked me, why am I still with you?
See, you are simply retarded, man. Everybody that knows Shannon know nigga what the it is. See, you don't need dumb. You the newcomer. You don't know nothing about nothing, man. And I'm tired of arguing with you about.
Now it's skipping. I'm going to back it up a little bit and hopefully it won't do that. All right. I know she edited out some words, so if it skips, that's probably why.
Get it. Let's get it.
Look, got a lie on your people. Your brother literally asked me, why am I still with you?
See, you are simply retarded, man. Everybody that knows Shannon know nigga what the it is. See, you don't need dumb. You the newcomer. You don't know nothing about nothing, man. And I'm tired of arguing with you about I know don't belong to me. And as far as you lying about,
hold on. Now I ain't gonna lie, this do kind of sound like this.
Do you hear how he's talking to this woman that's his fiance that he's supposed to be getting married to? Do you hear how he's talking to her, saying basically, shut up, you the newcomer, you don't know what's going on between me and Shannon. I got kids with her and I'm not gonna argue with you about children I don't even know if they're mine. Oh, poor Angus and James, Michelle. I'm sorry. Hey, Joe, he can't go back to the hood. He can't. Joe said Stephen and Jim were talking to the media. That blew it up. Yeah. Joe, if people know or knew, though, they already must have known. I wonder what his ties are to the streets. I wonder what his ties are to the streets, too, because it appears that this man had a lot of pull in the community and a lot of pull in that household. It is really weird to me that nobody from the school did anything for a month. For a month. And it was a month this baby had been missing before the Detroit Police Department was even notified.
Do kind of sound like him and shit, but then again, it sounds like it got out of super fly. Hold on, man. Let me go. See, this is what I'm talking about, y'all. Hold up. See, I need to know where this stuff is coming from.
Look, got a lie on your people. Your brother literally asked me, why am I still with you?
You are simply man. Everybody that knows Shannon knows what it is. See, you don't need dumb. You the newcomer. You don't know nothing about nothing, man. And I'm tired of arguing with you about something that I know don't belong to me. And as far as you lying about
that right there, I'm tired of fucking arguing with you about some kids that I know don't belong to me. Y'all, Strategic Eyes plays this phone call and he says it sounds like the plot to a movie, like it don't even sound real. It sounds like somebody talking from the movie Hustle and Flow. Like it really does. I saw that picture of him dressed in blue, and if like Detroit and Michigan is heavy gang affiliation. So I'm wondering if he's high up in the Crips or something, and he's got a lot of pull in the community. I don't know. No, Michelle, that grandma, okay, she goes missing that night. She doesn't come home. Grandma don't do a damn thing. Somebody said, do you want me to call the police? And grandma said no. And she goes to the school the next morning, reports it to the school police department, which is already alarming. Why does the school have its own police department? And the police department don't do shit about it for a month. And then they turn it in because they thought it was just another runaway.
People saying that whole shit, stop playing with me, bro. Try that reverse psychology on the nose. Not me, man. Stop playing with me, bro. You just want to make up shit, dog. Stop playing with me, man. And you wonder why. You want to do everything, but you ain't changing. I'm tired of your crazy ass, dog. Gave your ring, bitch, and you think you done went fucking retarded. Stop fucking playing with me, bro. I'm not that nigga, man. Stop playing with me.
He said, I gave you a ring and you went fucking mentally disabled. Yeah, that's somebody that you gonna marry?
Bitch, who the fuck got a lie on your motherfucking people? Your brother literally asked me, why am I still fucking with you?
Okay, it got the TikTok thing. So if that video is not in here, any of the videos that are not in here, I've said where they come from. So definitely go check them out. If they strike me, I'll have to remove my videos, but that don't mean anything. Even if they strike me, still go check them out so that you can get the information on this case. All right, I'm going to pull up the preliminary hearing now. I do want to show y'all something real quick that I meant to show you a second ago. I'm going to get it pulled up. Oh, it's in my files. So there is a picture that Strategic Eyes put out. Okay, it was a thumbnail and it shows a picture from inside of the house. Okay, and there is a bottle of antifreeze in the corner. Now, it points at Ziyah, and Ziyah does appear to be a lot younger in the picture. And to be fair, Jarvis Butts owned a auto shop, but that would mean Jarvis Butts was in the house. Let me get it up real quick. Excuse me. This is his thumbnail. Now, you see right here where it says antifreeze and it points. That right there is a jug of antifreeze. Okay? And then it points to Ziyah right here. Now, if Ziyah was this age, that's not the antifreeze being used by the children. But why are these children all sitting here with the jug of antifreeze right there? Especially small children. Look at this baby right here in her arms. Like, that's not good. And that would make me think that Mr. Jarvis was around more often than we thought. And look how precious she is. Look at her. She is absolutely gorgeous. I'm real upset. I'm going to leave that up while I pull this preliminary hearing. I am going to pull the person that I got this from. They are linked in the description box. It's the only place I could get the women of the house testifying. This is going to be his ex-fiance. And then we'll watch the police and them testify and talk about, from what I understand, they talk about the text messages and all that. They're going to talk about the clothes they found. The blood on it makes it look like it could be vomit, which would make sense with the antifreeze scenario. All right, let me pull this up. I'll go ahead and play it. It's going to be from a person called Justice is a Process, and they're linked in the description box, and I'm going to replace the pin link with Justice is a Process. Please give them a like and subscribe. I got to find it. Okay. It's 14 minutes. I do play these I speed them up to 1.25 because they're long. This one's not that long, but if I didn't speed it up to 1.25, we wouldn't be able to get through it. Oh my goodness. Hold on just a minute. My computer's being slow. Lord have mercy. Oh my soul. I apologize, y'all. I'm busy. You're going to have to wait a minute. When I get this started, I will help you with whatever you need. Oh my gosh. I appreciate y'all working with me and holding on just a minute because Having some technical difficulties. Okay, I'm going to make this big screen. This is going to be from Justice is a Process. I will grab their link and replace the pinned comment in just a section. I said it twice. Just a second, as soon as I get this pulled up and playing. All right, let me turn closed captions on. Alrighty. All right, so this is Mr. Jarvis Butt's ex-fiance. And I'm going to grab that link. What?
Give the court order your name right here, and then I'll swear you in. Raise your hand. You swear to tell the truth, no truth, and nothing but the truth. Yes. Watch your step. And once you're situated, you can hold that whole microphone with the little white cap on it in your lap, or just lean into it. Okay. You just tug it off there.
Papers, you good?
Yes.
Thank you. Could you state your name for the record now?
Y'all, it is hot out here today. And this child just asked me to go to where the clothes are stored to get the bathing suit so they could play in the water and roll in the mud. Like, no, not today. It's never a mannequin said. Funny, J.E. called her that when the judge said she initially thought he was cognitively impaired. Boomer, that's a good question. I wonder how this monster originally came into their lives. That is a good question. It's never a mannequin. I had the same questions. So again, this is from Justice is a Process. They're pinned at the top. They're in the description box below. Please give them a like and subscribe. Hey, Natasha. It was snowing like 3 days ago. Now it's hot. This is the ex-fiance of Jarvis Butts. Okay.
Tashiana Davis.
And Miss Davis, I want to ask you about someone by the name of Jarvis Butts. Do you know that person?
Yes.
And how do you know Mr. Butts?
He was my fiance.
And do you see Mr. Butts in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Could you point to him and identify a piece of clothing that he's wearing?
She's right there with a green top on.
For the record, the witness has identified the defendant, Jarvis Butts.
So reflective.
Thank you. And how long, you said he was your fiance.
Yes.
How long in total have you known Mr. Butts?
4 years.
And-
Since 2019.
2019?
Mhm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
And when did you become engaged?
2023.
And can you tell us a little bit about the nature of that relationship? Do you have any children with him? Things like that.
No children.
And would Mr. Butts sometimes stay over at your house?
Yes.
How often would that happen?
Pretty often, but we didn't live together.
Okay. I want to take your attention back to January of 2024 and February of 2024. Did there come a time when Jarvis Butts asked you to drive him to court?
Yes.
And when was that?
Jan.
So she asked Jarvis to drive her to court. I think it's the one that we just heard in a phone call.
February 7th.
Of 24?
Yes.
And was there a time before that you had to drive him to court?
Yes.
And when was that?
January. I think it was the 9th.
Okay.
It was in January.
So you've at least driven him to court twice?
Yes.
And let's talk about
Natasha, I'm sorry. It's never a mannequin says he picks a particular type of woman because he knows they're just happy to have someone desperate and ratchet. I do want to say let's not use the word ratchet, but I think he preys on women that could possibly have low self-esteem. All these predators do. Stephen Stearns, Jarvis Butts, they prey on women with low self-esteem, and because he knows that he could easily get into their lives and then he can treat them however the hell he wants to, and they're not going to leave. And he can abuse them, and he can use them, and he can get close to their children, and he can abuse them. And it's a cycle.
the January 9th date that you drove him. What was the reason he wasn't driving himself? Why were you driving him?
Because he thought he was going to have to turn himself in then for another case, and then they rescheduled it.
Okay, so on the 9th, he was supposed to turn himself in, but didn't actually end up doing that.
Correct.
Okay.
Rachel said he borrowed her car because it was older and didn't have any tracking info, and that's interesting. That would make sense with what they were saying, because where they said that he was at the ex-girlfriend's house or the girlfriend's house while they went and placed her body. It is sad.
And then on the 7th, did he ask you to drive him to court again?
Yes,
And what was the reason that you drove him to court on the 7th?
because he was supposed to turn himself in.
And did he end up turning himself in on the 7th?
Yeah.
Okay. When you were driving him on the 7th of drive,
2005 Suburban,
and what color is it?
tan,
And when you were driving him to court, who else was with you, if anyone?
nobody,
Just you and Mr. Butts?
yes,
And when you were driving to court, did you ask him about his cell phone?
yes.
What did you ask him?
I said, where's your phone?
And what was his response when you asked him that question?
He left it at home.
Thank you.
And did you have any other conversation regarding his phone on the 7th when you were driving him to court?
No,
And what did you said he did turn himself in?
yes,
And so you drove back home, correct?
yes,
Did you eventually have some contact with the police department?
yes,
And where were you when you had that contact?
in the hospital.
And what did they ask you about generally?
Did I know anything about a missing child?
And do you know anything about missing child?
No.
Did they ask you about his cell phone?
Yeah, I believe so.
And
Why is he asking, does she know anything about a missing child?
did you know or have any reason to believe, other than what Jarvis told you, that his phone was someplace else?
No,
And did you know that his phone was in your car?
no,
Did you give permission to the police to search your car?
no, they just came and took it.
They had a search warrant?
Yeah.
Oh, and were you present at your house when they came and took your car?
No.
And did you observe them search through your car and pull anything out?
No.
Oh. May I have one moment, Judge?
So this is where she's the one that he left his phone in the back of the car. So he had called King from jail and said, hey, my phone is in the back of her car. I need you to go get it. King, being the person that he is, actually went and tried to go get it. And luckily the police heard the phone call and intercepted it. Hey, Becky, it's good to see you. Yeah, another one that left his phone at home or somewhere else. How convenient, right? Hey, beautiful peeps. I got a notification. I was gifted of a membership. Oh, that's so sweet. I can't remember. I said earlier, I don't know if it was Cara or Bellis, but thank you for coming in and saying thank you. That was so very sweet of you. And welcome to Speculation Station.
Judge?
Yes.
And you said you knew Jarvis Butts for 4 years?
Yes,
And would you communicate with him via cell phone?
yes.
And do you know the last 4 digits of his phone number, if you remember? If you don't
I
remember,
don't remember.
okay. With looking at text messages, refresh your memory?
Yes,
May I approach you?
Yes.
If you could just look.
I apologize for it being jumpy. I don't know. I don't know why it's doing that. This testimony isn't long. Carolina said this isn't the girlfriend that Naziah's glasses were found in, is she? I'm all confused now. I was texting my son during the last speculation. I don't know. I don't know if Naziah's glasses were found in her vehicle. I haven't heard that yet. So if they were, we're probably going to hear it. Leah said Cordell had a curfew of 9 p.m. Cordell is king. Thank you. Bella said, you said it had been snowing up there? That's interesting. Yeah, Leah said Butts has many girlfriends. You'll need to write it down. Yeah, no doubt. And how did this man get all these women? Somebody tell me.
Let's look at the phone numbers on.
the first one.
And does that refresh your memory?
Yes,
And what were the last 4 digits of Jarvis Butts' phone number?
8719.
At some point after you dropped Jarvis Butts off at the courthouse and he turned himself in at 9 encounters?
No.
Okay, did you ever talk to his business partner, Cordell, right?
No.
Okay. I have another video.
Good morning, Ms. Davis. You met Mr. Butts at Frank's garage, is that right?
Yes.
And that's where Mr. Butts was working about 4 years ago.
Yes.
You were taking your car there?
Yes.
And I think in your words, you said you kind of never left after you met him. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
You guys got along really well?
Yes.
And you just kind of started a relationship from there?
Yes.
Would you go up to the garage after that relationship started,
Yes.
kind of just to drop in?
Yes.
At any point in time while you were at Frank's garage, did you ever see any?
Becky said, love it. Speculation station. I'm a native Detroiter too, close to Butts' garage and shop too. He tells what he did with her. Oh, goodness. I've heard that. I've heard that.
Any children there?
No.
Is it fair to say that Mr. Butts was very protective of his phone around you?
Yes.
He would never let you see his phone screen.
No.
Wouldn't give you access.
No.
Certainly didn't give you his passcode or anything. In fact, you've actually actively tried to get into his phone, right?
Yes.
I think you had mentioned that when he was sleeping, you tried to kind of wave it in front of him to see if
Yes.
that would unlock it.
Mm-hmm.
You took a picture of his face once and tried to
Yes.
put the screens together. Did you know what was in his phone?
No.
As far as you know?
Mhm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Did you ever talk to him about why he was so secretive with his phone?
Yes.
So all of these women thought they were the only one he was talking to. Tanyasha or Tan says no. This was his quote unquote actual fiance. He left Naziyah Harris glasses in the back seat from a car that he borrowed from a kid's mom on the day Naziyah went missing. Bad Girl said, has there been any proof of the 4-year-old and the STD? There hasn't that I've seen, but I don't know what kind of proof. Like, we wouldn't be privy to that information. I don't think anybody would put that out there. You got 10 inches of snow? Wow. Leah said Naziyah's glasses were found by a girlfriend in her car after the 10th of January. Thank you.
And does it have something to do with the fact that he was seeing other ladies?
Yes.
And you suspected that at the time?
Yes.
And so that's why you were looking for proof?
Correct.
Okay. So even though you suspected that Mr. Butts was unfaithful to you, you still stayed with him?
Yes.
One reason for that is because he was good with the kids?
Yes.
He cared for your kids?
Yes.
He took them places?
Yes.
So she had kids.
He took your son up to the shop?
Yes.
He showed him how to change the oil in the car?
Correct.
And you viewed him as a good father figure?
Yes.
Did you ever see anything inappropriate or that would cause you to see a red flag with regard to him and your children?
No.
Did you ever see him acting inappropriately with any other children?
No.
Certainly, if you had, you would not have allowed him in your house.
No,
fair to say?
absolutely not.
You knew that Mr. Butts had other children, right?
Yes.
With a woman named Angel
Yes.
and a woman named Shannon.
Yes.
He talked about his children with you.
Yes.
Did he ever talk to you about his niece?
No.
About how often would Mr. Butts stay with you on any given week?
Maybe like twice.
Were they like the same days or was it random?
Random.
Okay. And,
After like 6 o'clock.
okay, so you think he would come kind of straight from work?
No, he would probably do something else and then be there later on in the night.
Okay, so closer to like 9, 10?
Yes.
Okay. Would he stay the night with you?
Till about 2 o'clock in the morning, 3, and then we'll leave.
Okay. Do you know how he would get to your home?
A couple of times he was in the white truck, a white Cadillac truck. Sometime I think he would walk. If he was coming straight from the shop, he would walk. Or if he had my truck, that's how we would get back and forth.
And that's the Suburban?
Yes.
Did you know Mr. Butts to ever have his own vehicle?
Yes, he had a white Chrysler truck, van like.
Okay. And when did you know him to drive that?
Like maybe the first 2 years we were together.
Okay. Now, when Mr. Butts would come visit you, would he park in your driveway?
Yes.
Would he spend weekends with you also?
Yes.
What's it?
And we're almost done with this one. Hopefully it won't skip after that. Don't know what's going on with my internet. They're still working on that poll. So I appreciate y'all bearing with me and dealing with it today. I do appreciate y'all being here. Bad Girl said, if Jarvis did time for sexual assault of a child, why are these mothers that knew beforehand are getting immunity deal, for fuck's sake? Right. I don't know. Because, well, I could say because it's a circumstantial case because there's no body. So they're going to do what they got to do to make them talk. I don't know. Hey, Shell. It's good to see you, love. I appreciate you. The next one, we'll probably see him walk in.
Thank you.
Ms. Davis, I just have a couple more questions for you. Ms. Quick asked you about Mr. Butts being secretive with his phone. Can you tell me about a time that you had a conversation with him about him being secretive or something like that?
He would never really say anything. He talked in circles. So if you try to ask him a question, it's just always, you can never get a straight answer out of him.
But fair enough, you had multiple conversations about his phone and your access to it, I guess, or lack thereof.
Yes.
And Ms. Quick also asked you about Mr. Butts staying over the night at your house.
I apologize. Moving the mouse over here. I don't know if y'all can see it, but when I move the mouse over here, it's because I'm going back and forth like this because it seems to not make it skip. So I'm trying to keep it from skipping. So I just wanted to tell y'all. Hey, Steph sells Steph sells stuff by the seashore. Says love your passion and conviction. Allegedly speculating the world needs more like you. Oh, y'all are so sweet. I wish that the world had more people that cared about this child because everybody failed her. It is a heartbreaking case. Yeah, Rachel said, I think they need lots of these women to testify because it's circumstantial. Yeah, they do. I don't know where he lived at. Chaz said, didn't they live together, but they were engaged. I would assume he did, but I don't know. They said that he would come over to grandma's house to see the babies or his children that he had with Shannon. So he lived somewhere else. So he might have lived with her. I don't know.
Yes?
Yes.
Do you know where he would go when he would leave?
No.
Did he ever tell you where he was going?
Home.
Oh.
Did you know where he himself called home?
Yes.
Where was that at?
Wilshire.
And you said he would walk from his place of employment if he was coming straight from there, right?
Yes.
How far from that on Connors, the auto shop on Connors, do you live? How far of a walk?
No, that was when he
right, Ashley?
Warren.
Warren and Neff?
Yes.
How far of a walk from that location?
Like 4 blocks.
And did you ever see him drive but not park in your driveway or in front of your house? Can you tell me a little bit about that?
He parked around the corner and he would walk to my house.
And do you know
he was in the white Cadillac truck.
You say Cadillac?
Yes.
Oh. Was that an Escalade? If you know.
I don't know.
Okay. And do you know the reason why he would park around the corner?
I don't know. I asked and he would just be like, I didn't drive.
But then would you see his truck?
I would see the truck.
What on earth?
Okay, one more.
Yes.
He would park around the corner and say he walked to the house, but she would see his truck. Why is he doing that? Why is he parking around the corner and then saying he walked? What the crap?
One last question. You said he lived or called home on Wilshire?
Yes.
Have you ever been to that house?
Yes.
Have you ever been inside that house?
No.
No, you've heard of this.
Okay, Ms. Davis, you are done testifying. Watch your step. Allow the witness to talk.
Okay, I didn't time stamp these next ones, so we're just going to start playing them and get through whatever we can today. Hold on just a second. It's loading. Steph said, I was a teacher for 25 years. I know how you feel. I've gotten in some trouble protecting those kids myself. You have to, like, because sometimes the parents aren't what they need to be for these children, in my opinion. And I'm sorry you got in trouble for that. Good gracious. I
Students
can't.
are about to resume again this afternoon. Let's listen in.
I'm hoping this one will show him walking in, because y'all said he walks in and looks like he got effed up. So we're going to watch him walk in, hopefully. Nope. He's already there. Well, dang it. All right. That man just says he did an extraction. And they talk about an extraction. They don't really talk about much else. He just did an extraction. They don't talk about the what he pulled from it. So we're going to go straight to this woman cop that testifies. She talks about basically searching for her. It goes through this. I think it does the text messages. I'm not sure. So we're going to start from here. That first cop just did the extraction.
I'm assigned to homicide, missing persons unit.
And how long have you been employed in that role?
I've been at missing persons since 2013.
And before that, where were you at?
Patrol.
Okay, and how long were you there?
I've been on the department for a total of 24 years. So throughout the prior years to missing persons, I had various assignments.
And what is your role in this case?
I'm the officer in charge.
What does it mean to
It's Never a Mannequin said, yeah, he definitely got beaten. I hope he did. I can't believe they'd put him in general population, especially considering his previous charges and current charges. I don't know if y'all have ever watched that show, Mayor of Kingstown. I was trying to watch it. But I think it takes place in Detroit, and it's basically how they run the prisons. It's a bunch of backhanded deals, people cutting deals with everybody, trying to get the gangs to get along, because all it is gangs. And that's why I think he had some type of gang affiliation. Now, I've never been to Detroit. I don't know much about it, but I've heard it can be a bad place to live.
mean to be an officer in charge?
So I'm in charge of reviewing all the evidence and spearheading the investigations, looking into all the facts and possible suspects and information that's brought to the case and to compile it together.
And what would be some common duties that you would do in taking those roles?
When it comes to missing persons, specifically those type of cases, so a missing person case, when someone's reported missing, we always go out to the home, search the home, talk to family, and try to get a good timeline of when that person was last seen, their common habits, where they are supposed to be, has any patterns changed, are they not going to school and not going to work? If the investigation leads us to believe that that person may be in danger, or that there's something more to just not coming home, then we start pulling different video and try to look into cell phone data or friends or associates of that specific missing.
And in particular, have you investigated what we know as a no body?
Oh, you're good.
Yes.
Okay. And what does it mean to be a no body case?
That would be a missing person that we have come to the conclusion is a victim of a homicide. However, we were unable to locate or recover the body.
Okay. And how does that kind of investigation differ, if at all, from another investigation that you would do?
It's a little tougher. You need to go through and kind of be able to show and establish that.
It's okay, Never a Mannequin. You're good, sweetheart. Okay, it's a woman, and she's the one who basically looked for Ziyah and found what they do have for the circumstantial evidence. Because remember, this is not his trial. This is the preliminary hearing. So basically, they're presenting what they have to see if it can go to trial. Because again, they don't have her body.
This person is no longer with us today. When you have a body, it's obvious that you can come to the conclusion and work your case that way. So on a nobody case, you're trying to find any signs of life, any evidence to show that there might have been some possible danger or some assault that may have happened to this person.
And I'll tell you, it's really important to listen to like police officers and other high up people testify, because you learn a lot about how the police do things, why they do certain ways. When you listen to detectives or people like this testify, and you can understand why they do things a certain way. I remember listening to her, and it gave me information of like why they did things a certain way. In Madeline's case, I remember when I was watching it was 2 or 3 days ago, and I was like, oh, that's why they did that in Madeline's case too. So you learn a lot. It's always good to watch these, I think, anyway.
Now, I'm sorry, when did you get the case of Ms. Harris?
So it was first requested to me on February 12th. I received an email. It was just kind of asked me to look into the case. It wasn't at our building yet or at our department. I looked into the case when I saw that DPS was initially assigned the case, and I had reached out to Lieutenant Harris from DPS to kind of ask for an update on where they were, kind of see how the case was progressing and any evidence that they may have had.
So after that, how did it come about that she got this case?
So after meeting and discussing with Lieutenant Harris and reviewing the different things, it was determined that there had been enough suspicious possible things connected to her being gone. Number one, she's never been missing before.
See, she was wearing like a blue or purple shirt in the video that Tootie has of the text messages, so I don't know if it's this one or not. It might be a previous day that she was testifying or something. So we'll find out.
Updates on any of her social media, which is very uncommon for a young child or juvenile. They're addicted to those. There had been a last known contact that she had.
Let me know if it's too fast, because if it is, I can slow it down.
Possibly met somebody, is what we were informed, that there was a text message for her to be picked up, and that would have been the same day that she went missing.
So when you first initially received this case, what is it that you do right off the bat?
So this case was a little different because we kind of had to go back. We were already a month behind. She went missing January 9th, and now it's February 12th. We start kind of looking into what has already been done and then what steps I would normally take moving forward.
So what kind of steps do you take moving forward?
So once I reviewed the case, and it was determined that the last person that had contact with Ziyah was Jarvis Butts, I then started to look into his phone records, his activity, places that he had been. On the 12th, we had determined there was already an analyst that had looked at different records and given us a location out in Ypsilanti. So I coordinated a search for the very next day on February 13th. We went out to Ypsilanti.
So that's how you pronounce that. Y'all were trying to tell me the other day how to pronounce that, Ypsilanti.
Conducted the search. It's a large area. It wasn't pinpointed down to a specific house. There was a lot of wooded area over there. We had multiple teams out there. There was probably over 60 people at one point. We then started going into different businesses to look for different video that we may be able to recover close to the intersection that we believed would be a good starting point in that search area.
And did you recover, or were you able to recover anything or find anything from the Ypsilanti area?
We did find some video that was eventually pulled from a gas station.
And what was, I guess, the condition of that video?
So the video is from a gas station. It shows the intersection, I believe it's Michigan and Carpenter, which is actually, I think that is like a Springfield township. It's kind of like a little small city just outside of Ypsilanti. At that point, we didn't know exactly what we're looking for, so we just kind of pulled like the window that we knew the devices were out there, specifically Jarvis Butts' device that was out there. So we kind of just pull all of that video before we lose it. And then as we gather more information, we can kind of go back and look at the video to see if there's something now that we can focus in on what we should look for.
Okay. Now, that brings up a good point. You said you're a month behind on this investigation.
Yes.
So that, fair to say, being a month behind would cause you to potentially lose critical pieces of evidence.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And some of those pieces of evidence, fair to say, could be videos.
Correct.
Why would it be that you would be losing those videos?
So most video systems, and every business is different. You got green light, you have businesses and people that have their, and it'll vary. Some of them start overwriting.
So yeah, a lot of times these security systems and things like that will overwrite after about 7 days. And I question, like, I am speculating allegedly here, but if this man has a lot of pull in this community, is that why the people from the school didn't say anything? Because he has a lot of pull. For whatever reason, they're afraid of him or whatever. So they know if they keep it kind of under wraps for about a month at the school, then there's going to be no camera footage anywhere else. Like, God, I hope not. And it's just a question I've asked myself, probably way off the wall, but I question it. So therefore, I'm probably not the only person thinking it. Steph sells stuff by the seashore said, most locals just say Yipsy or Ipsy. If you hear them name Isplanti, just a little FYI. Thank you. I probably said it wrong again. I'm going to call it Ipsy. Thank you. Thank you for that, Steph. Rachel said, I think this detective took this case very seriously. They did full-on searching. It does appear that once she got a hold of this case, she took it very seriously and tried to help. And again, if it's too fast, let me know and I'll slow it down.
In 48 hours, some of them is a week, some may last up to a month. It just depends on how large their system is and how much data it can hold.
And is that a struggle that you encountered in this case?
Yes.
Okay. And where is it that you encountered that?
So there's several cameras and videos throughout the entire route of travel that later in the investigation we were able to identify. But as we identified those locations and went to see if video was still able to be there, it had already been overwritten or was not available.
Now, I want to take you back. You did the search in Ypsilanti. Did you do any other searches kind of immediately at that time?
Yes.
Tell me about one of them. We're going to go through them. Start with one of them.
Okay. So after we didn't find anything in Ypsilanti, I kind of got to go backwards a little bit and go back to who we had known was the last contact with her, which was Mr. Butts. So we did a search warrant for his home. Later, I believe it was like later that night, 13th into the 14th, we had kind of worked all the way through. We did a search warrant to obtain his cell phone so we could try to do an extraction. We contacted the jail to look through his property. There was no cell phone in the property. We then ordered the jail calls to see if there was any conversations. Anybody that he had talked to, we knew that he had turned himself in on February 7th. As we started.
So I was concerned about this. I was like, oh God, please tell me they got the phone. And I think they did. The hotel has video, but it seems it was overwritten. Have to wait for the trial. I hope it wasn't. But I mean, again, it probably was because they were a month behind on this, unfortunately. Yeah, Rachel, that's what I've heard, that the school didn't take it seriously and that they thought that she just ran away.
We started to listen to those jail calls. There was a call where he had asked his. We then went and picked up Mr. Wright and brought him down to our headquarters to talk to him about the cell phone. He did confirm and he acknowledged the phone call. He said that vehicle came up there was a Tahoe, Tashi's vehicle, Tashiana, and that he had looked in the back seat and tried to find where the phone was that Mr. Butts kind of described where he had hid it in this vehicle. He said that he was unable to locate it. So at that point, we then did a workup on Tashiana to find out where she lived, what type of vehicle she had. It matched the description that he kind of described. We did a search warrant for her home in an attempt to locate the cellular device and any other possible evidence that may help us and direct us to where Ziyah is.
Okay, so I'm going to backtrack a little bit. You started off with did you search warrant at Mr. Butts' home?
Yes.
And would that be the one on Wilshire?
Yes.
Okay. And did you find anything at his house?
Leah, I believe that Butts had other phones. I have no doubt that he had burner phones as well.
Yes.
And what is it that you found?
So from his home, we had recovered, there were some electronic devices. We recovered some phones, maybe a tablet, and we recovered his ID, wallet, and a firearm that was with his wallet. I believe there was 2 actual firearms, and then there was a long gun, a rifle that was in the closet.
And did that search warrant include a vehicle?
Yes.
And what kind of vehicle did it include?
It included all vehicles that we believe may be associated. At that time, we impounded a Cadillac Escalade.
Now, you said at that point you knew that Mr. Butts had turned himself in to the Wayne County Jail?
Yes.
And that was back on February 7th, 2024?
Correct.
And at that time, did you know how long he was serving his sentence for?
We had got information that he was possibly going to be there till December.
And that would be completely unrelated to, that sentence is completely unrelated to your investigation?
Yes.
And then you said that you had pulled some jail calls, and that's what led you to Cordell Wright.
Correct.
And that that jail call that you had listened to, that was previously admitted as People's Exhibit 1?
Yes.
And that led you to Tashiana Davis.
Correct.
And then you subsequently executed a search warrant at her house.
Correct.
And that on Knapp Street?
Yes.
And she had a vehicle there that matched the description that Cordell Wright had given you?
Yes.
Okay, would that have been a Chevy Suburban?
Yes.
Okay, and then.
So that's the girl that we just heard testify that she's referencing. That girl, I think Botox makes you puffy. Miss O said, this is what Annette led them to believe. She said she ran away with an autistic kid. See, I don't care if you think your child did run away. Don't ever say that, because it does make them not look for them like they should. And again, why does Annette think she ran away if she said this is not something that she would do? She was a good kid. Why are you saying that today and then lying and saying she ran away the next day? I've got questions.
You subsequently searched that vehicle?
Yes.
And what is it that you found in that vehicle?
I found in that vehicle a iPhone 11, and it was in the exact area that Mr. Butts had described to his shop partner Cordell, where it would be located.
And that phone, okay, so ultimately, after you do that, what's the next step that you go?
Well, we had identified that was the actual correct phone. It was in the right place, but we still needed to get it to our headquarters and download it. We had the phone there. We made a call to 911 from that phone in order to see what the identification number was to try to verify, so we weren't just taking random phones. It did come back to Jarvis Butt's phone number that we were looking for. The phone was then placed on evidence and taken to our base.
And what's the next thing that you did after that?
So after that, the phone now is getting processed under the search warrant. It is given to, I was given to Detective Markle, where she processed that. We then continued, we had searched the residence on Wilshire. We had searched Neff. We also executed a search warrant at 9000 Connor.
And what's 9000 Connor?
9000 Connor is the location that was identified that Jarvis Butts worked at with his shop partner.
And did you find anything or anything at 9000 Connor?
We did take some things as evidence. There was a lot of activity going on, so I had multiple different units from within our homicide squad assisting me with different search warrants that we were executing. I believe it was the Northeast squad actually executed the Connor location search warrant. They were advised of some items to look for, obviously children's clothing. We had been given a description of a Rugrats jacket with a fur hood. We were given the clothing description. At that time, we were told that the shoes were possibly blue and white Nike shoes that we had been looking for. There was an area in the shop, as I reviewed the evidence photos, where there's like children's coloring books and maybe things that when the children are there that they're using.
Were any interviews besides the one with Cordell Wright taking place at this time?
So at that time, I had interviewed, when we went to Wilshire, we had interviewed the woman that he lives with. I don't know if that's a fiance or girlfriend, but that was Miss Angel. We interviewed her there. Tashiana Tiana was in the hospital when we had executed the search warrant at her house. I had a conversation with her on the phone while we were there. Her children were there. I scheduled an interview for her later. I believe it might have been like the next day or two later that she came down to headquarters. We had interviewed Cordell at that time. And now we're just kind of going through everything that we had at that moment to try to take the next steps.
Okay. When about is Mr. Blunt's interview for the first time?
So he was interviewed, we got it, looked at it on the 12th, 13th, we executed all search warrants. On the 14th, Mr. Butts, I believe it was the 14th, he was brought down to headquarters, or the 15th, I would have to look.
Okay, and that's okay. So it would be just a couple days after you had the case.
Yes.
Okay. Now, based on Mr. Butts' first interview, which your Detective Mays here testified about, did you do anything based on that interview?
So based on that interview, we had obtained the text now, which was turned over to us from DPS, which was the initial, I believe it was like maybe 1 week's worth of text now. So like the very end of December into the 1st of January. So during that interview was when it was asked by Detective Mays and Detective Johnson regarding the text message about needing to be picked up.
Now, if you know, can you estimate about how many search warrants did you execute?
Probably over 20. Throughout the entire, it has to be over 20.
And what kind of searches were done in this case in general?
So we searched as far as like land searches.
All kinds.
All kinds. Well, we searched Ypsilanti as we did our workup, and we're looking at different locations that Mr. Butts had been to. We identified an area out in Clinton Township that he had gone out to back and forth before. And that was an area that Shannon Harris, his child's mother, had lived at. So this was kind of like a route out there, and we located, there was like a big retention pond out there. So that was another place that we had dive teams come out. We had the helicopter, the cadaver dogs, and we searched out in Clinton Township. As we start breaking down the phone mapping a little bit more on Mr. Butts' phone, it kind of led us to 7 Mile and Berg.
What's on 7 Mile and Berg?
So 7 Mile and Berg, there is a vacant parking lot on the southwest corner. It used to be a golf course. So the entire south side of 7 Mile from Berg, and then heading back east, used to be a golf course, which is now shut down. And then on the other side of Berg, there's a parking lot where it has like a vacant building, which used to be the clubhouse for the golf club. And then right behind that parking lot is the Rouge River.
And when's the first time that you get out to 7 Mile and Berg?
We went out once. It was probably maybe a couple
So she's about to talk about searching the river, and that's important.
weeks later that we went out there. We went out there once, and I remember it had snowed. So when we went out there, it wasn't as easy to search. We're kind of looking if somebody was just placed out there, or if something was easily identifiable, but because of this.
Okay. And so you go out there again?
Yeah, we've been out there multiple times. I've probably been out there 7, 8 times, all with various dive teams. We searched the complete river from 8 Mile all the way down past 96 on foot with cadaver dogs in boats in the water. There's several log jams. We had state police actually had their helicopter fly the entire route so we could GPS all the log jams. We had to coordinate with specialized teams to come in to help cut these log jams apart, which go throughout the river.
Steph said, oh my God, I know where she's talking about. That's insane. And that's crazy when it hits close to home like that. She says, she talks about these log jams. So is that just where like logs pile up in the river? And I remember when I was hearing this for the first time, I was like, well, why are there so many logs that are just piled up in the river, like floating down the river? Why does that happen? Like, why is it like the water rises up and trees fall down and it takes them? And then why are all these trees falling down? Like, I was confused by that. Just, asking out of curiosity since you live in the area.
And then throughout the season, obviously we had some rain, so the water goes up and down, which now brings the debris onto the land, so you have to actually search the land a couple hundred feet. And some places that the water has pulled debris. We searched the homes, as I said, searched the vehicles.
So,
Hey, Ashley.
when you're out there at 7 Mile and Bird, do you have an idea of what you're looking for?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the idea of what you're looking for?
So initially when we were out there, again, we had the clothing description. We had the picture of her that she had sent that night or that day that she was missing on the night. So we were looking for the black hoodie. We were looking for.
Now, is there a time where that changes?
Yes.
Okay. And what is it that makes that change?
So as we go out to areas and search, when we leave, a lot of times large community groups may go out there, right? And they saw that we were at Sutherlandburg, and I know people come out there to help. There was a group that had been out there and they were recording, and they saw a pair of Nike shoes, which were the red and black. We were alerted of those on our initial search. It's documented.
So these red and black Nike shoes she's going to talk about in just a second are Ziyah's. Why did they report her being missing in blue and white Nike shoes? Like, you're going to go check and see what shoes your child was wearing that day, and that's what you're going to tell police they were wearing. So if her blue and white Nike shoes are there, but her red and black Nike shoes are not, why are you telling the police she was wearing white and blue Nike shoes when you know in fact she was wearing the black and red ones? And what else are you lying about? Why did you lie about what she was wearing? Chaz Smith said, imagine if they got the call immediately and done this work then. Yeah, they would probably have her body and she would be able to lay to rest. Rachel said, yes, storms will knock logs in the water and it causes them to pile up when the water flow hangs them up. I hope this makes sense. Yeah, it does. Thank you for explaining that to me. I was just curious about it. Tayboni, I like your name. I hope I'm saying it right. You'll have to tell me if I'm saying it wrong. Tayboni says, hey, everyone in chat. How are y'all doing today? I'm doing good, love. I hope you are. I'm furious about this case, but other than that, I'm doing good. It's good to see you. Thank you for coming in.
In our river search report, but because we weren't focused on the red and black and we were looking for blue and white Nike shoes, we left them there, but we did GPS the coordinates.
So that would have been Border Patrol Agent Wyatt Barnes.
Yes.
Okay, we heard his testimony.
Yes.
So again, they don't even know that these shoes are related because evidently there's lots of clothes in the river from Lord only knows what trash people throwing it there or whatever, and they've been told that they're looking for white and blue shoes, and the shoes are black and red. Why did they lie about what she was wearing last? Leah said, didn't they plant clothes and shoes there? I mean, that's what they're saying, but these clothes have blood on them, and it looks like vomit, which would make sense with the antifreeze scenario, but she doesn't specifically say there was vomit on it when we get to that part. We haven't seen it. I haven't played it yet. But blue and white Nike shoes. It's not like she said she was wearing, blue and white Nike shoes and she was actually wearing green and white Nike shoes, right? Like I could see maybe getting that confused, but that's a stark difference. You told the polar opposite. They said blue and white Nike shoes is what she was wearing, and then they find out later that it's actually black and red. Like completely different. Why are they lying about what this child was wearing? Is it planted?
Yeah. So on our initial search, we knew they were out there. The pink hoodie was identified, but we didn't collect them because, again, we didn't have anything about a pink hoodie or pink onesie. And the shoes weren't matching. And there's a lot of clothing out there. There's a lot of shoes out there. There's people's clothes. There's all type of debris. So I can't collect every single piece of clothing and article that we find.
Thank you,
Later,
Tony.
I get information that as the search team is out there, they had called 911 because they saw these shoes. And they posted a picture of these shoes somewhere or sent it to Ziyah's brother. Ziyah's brother then reached out to me and he sent me a picture of Ziyah wearing the black and white Nike shoes.
Oh, black and white. Okay, well, she said black and red. If they were black and white, maybe they got them confused. Joe said the women in the family probably hated the girl because she was so beautiful. Lord, I hope not, but it happens. Leah said perhaps she changed clothes at the hotel. And I wonder that too, because she didn't wear the pink, like, one-piece suit that is found in the river. That's not what she had on at school, evidently. And that Rugrats jacket ain't never been found. You know, if he's a real, excuse my language, but if he's a real son of a bitch, it wouldn't surprise me to know that he took her fucking jacket and sold it or gave it to one of his other kids or something. And then maybe got rid of it once the police caught on and was looking for it. I don't know, but that jacket ain't never been found that I know of. Her Rugrats jacket.
Once I saw she had the exact same shoes on that are depicted, that were described out there, I knew immediately where to go. I gathered a couple members of my team, and we immediately went back out to where the
So her shoes are red, black, and white. That's a stark contrast to blue and white. And again, I mean, how do you not know? I know there's a lot of kids in the house, but how do you not know what shoes she had on? Oh no, Steph. Yeah. Yeah, I'm wondering if maybe she had clothes in her backpack and changed, but that would mean the other shoes are gone too then. That would mean that she took the blue and white shoes and the black and red shoes, black, red, and white shoes with her. So where's the clothes that she wore to school? Because these are the ones with blood on them. Yeah, that's what it looks like. That pink suit would have been too tiny now that she was that heavily pregnant. And I thought that too, but if it stretches or whatever, maybe it stretched over her and was just tight. I don't know. But it's got blood on it and stuff, you know what I mean? And it's her blood.
shoes were GPS located, and we recovered the shoes. As we were there, that's when we found the black hoodie and then the pink jumpsuit that had been laid out by Agent Wyatt.
Okay. Now, as it relates to those red and black Nike shoes, you had a photo that they were associated with Ziyah in some way. Did you ever end up asking Annette to see if those shoes were still in Ziyah's possessions?
Yes.
Okay. And did you ever end up recovering those pairs from Annette?
No.
So, after you recover the pink jumpsuit, the black hoodie, the shoes, what do you do with them?
Those are all,
the pink jumpsuit does look small, so I mean, it's very possible that it's planted evidence. But I mean, if it's planted, again, the person who planted it got blood from her body before they got rid of it. That's what I was thinking. Like, was she nude? I don't know. I hope not. Good Lord, this child has suffered enough. I wish he would say where her body is so she could be laid to rest properly. But he ain't gonna.
Evidence checks, collect them. They're placed on evidence. Those items were wet, so I had to wait, obviously, for them to dry. Once they're ready to be processed and they're finished drying, then I create a lab report. And items are selected and turned over to the state police lab for processing to look for any type of DNA evidence.
Okay, so once those are placed on evidence by the lab tech, you're the one who then submits them to Michigan State Police?
Yes. Okay. There may be some of the lab reports where I had gathered the evidence and one of my partners had gone down and physically took the items to the lab, which is all in the same building.
Okay. Now, I believe you said at least one time when you were out at 7 Mile and Bird that it had been snowing. Were you at all, I guess, familiar with kind of the weather back? Let's start with back in January 9th.
Yeah, so I searched it. There's a weather on the 9th into the 10th. It had rained here. If you remember, we had a very mild winter in 2024. The January months, we had a lot of rain that month. Which would have caused, the water levels to rise.
Now, is there, did you interview a Tijuana bus?
Yes.
Tell me how that came
Becky P, she was tiny, but to see her in them videos where she's dancing, she is heavily pregnant, and you can tell, and that's what pissed me off. I went off earlier in the stream. At the beginning of the stream, I went the hell off because it's bullshit. You could tell that child was pregnant.
Tijuana actually reached out to me. Shannon Harris had reached out to me. She had a conversation with Tijuana. She asked if it was okay for her to give her my phone number. I told her that that was fine. She gave me a call. She said that she was the sister of Jarvis Butts and that she was concerned that she may have seen Ziyah but wasn't sure on the date and if she could come down and talk.
Okay, and that's all what she had testified to that you had heard.
Yes.
Now, when you also heard that she had given Detroit police consent to look at her phone locations and perform a phone extraction.
Yes.
And that Detective Sarah Marble is actually the one who performed that extraction.
Yes.
Did you yourself look at the phone location data that was on Tijuana's phone?
Yeah, so even before we extracted the phone, when she was in there in the interview, she had given me consent to look at her phone. She wasn't quite sure how to get to the locations. She had Google on her phone. So we went to the Google Maps, went to her timeline, and then specifically clicked on January 9th to see if it showed her route. When we got to the January 9th date, it was confirmed that that is the date that she was at 9,000 Connor. And it helped us with the timeline of when she was there compared to when we know Mr. Butts left that location to head out to Ypsilanti on the 9th.
Intermediate local exhibit 85.
Yes.
58. Sorry.
Yes.
Candidates marked proposed exhibit 58. Can you look at that and tell me if you recognize it?
So yeah, there is a theory that the women had something to do with basically the body. They moved the body of Ziyah, and while they moved the body of Ziyah while Jarvis Butts was at the girlfriend's house, so he basically would have an alibi.
Yes, this is a cell-right extraction report that was conducted by Detective Marco for Tijuana Butts cellular device.
Okay, and that report specifically includes the location data and the subsequent pages as it relates to Ms. Butts' call. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay, and is that fair accurate depiction of the screenshot photo locations, location data from Tijuana Butts' phone that you observed that the day when you interviewed her?
Yes.
I move the admission people supposed exhibit 58.
No objection. It would be admitted as People's 58.
Thank you. And I want to direct you to the, I guess it's going to be page 3 of the, until 4 of the report. Page 5. Where does it say that Ms. Butts was from 3:45 p.m. to 5:16 p.m.?
So it gives the location described as, here it says Citgo, and it gives the address of 9,000 Connor Street, Detroit, Michigan, 48213.
And do you know whether, or do you know Mr. Butts' 9,000 Connor auto shop to be connected to the gas station?
Yes.
Now, to go back just a little bit, you said you were kind of going through all the phone mapping in order to kind of backtrack as to where your investigation goes and where you should search.
Yes.
And those maps were.
Taboni said, Janet, I think her body's buried in the cemetery not far from the baby mama. And I've heard about that. I've heard that they'll dig up a grave and they'll put the body in the casket with the other person in the casket and leave it there. That way nobody finds it. I've heard about that. Yeah, it wasn't just her. It was the body of her unborn child. That's right, Hobby. That's so sad. Unfortunately, Joe, I don't think Jen's going to be prosecuted either. It's not enough proof to convince a good jury beyond a reasonable doubt. And that really makes me upset because I'm scared Madeline will never get complete justice. I hope that these women are prosecuted because it's obvious to me that there were way more involved.
By Sergeant O'Rourke.
Yes,
Okay. Now, she mapped certain locations, and she believes she stated that you had given her some of the locations to map.
correct.
Now, I want to direct you to in People's Exhibits 33, 34. Snare man.
Yes.
The blue dot here. What is it that indicates, and what is the importance of that?
This blue dot is gonna be 9,000 comma.
Okay. And that's the address associated with Mr. Butt's file shop.
Yes,
And that's the same for Exhibit 34.
yes.
And Exhibit 35, there's the same blue dot and then a purple dot.
Hey, AliX. AliX said, I want to know if Butts was reporting to his parole officer. He's on the registry and should not be around children. That's a good question. I wonder if the parole officer even cared.
So I mean, what is the significance of the purple dot?
The purple dot is gonna be the residence that Mr. Butts resides at on Wilshire.
Okay. And in Exhibit 36, on page 2, there's like another, it's like a pinkish kind of purple dot. Can you tell me what is, oh, I'm sorry, red dot. What does the red dot indicate?
The red dot is gonna identify 20,000 Harper, which was the Park Crest Motel.
And on page 4 of 4, there's a lighter purple dot along with that red dot. What does the purple dot indicate?
So this tells us that he did go to that motel, and he more than likely, speculating allegedly, was with Ziyah.
That dot is gonna indicate 4 East Alexandrine.
Okay. And what's the significance of 4 East Alexandrine?
Mr. Butts has a different girlfriend that lives at that location.
And in People's 38, there's a red dot. Which dot is that?
That would identify 7 Mile and Berg.
Okay. And is that the same 7 Mile and Berg? You tell me. What was found at 7 Mile and Berg area? Okay.
7 Mile and Berg area is where we identified the hoodie, the pink jumpsuit, and the shoes. And it's also the area that Mr. Butts' phone was mapping with. There's an additional search area that I did not.
So they mapped his phone to the place where they found her jumpsuit, her hoodie, and her shoes. So if it was placed there and he went there, is that done purposefully to throw them off from where she's actually at?
Include when she had asked me before. And that was where the ID was found. We had found the ID and received the 911 call for the ID before we went back the second time out for the shoes at 7 Mile and Berg. So we had also searched all the Evergreen. There's the Henry Ford High School over there. We searched behind the school, the wooded areas, and all the vacant homes in that surrounding as well.
And that would have been the ID that Ms. Smith had recovered.
Yes.
Now I want to go into, you had a chance to go through Mr. Butt's phone extractions. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And you also do a search warrant as it relates to a Google account for Mr. Butts.
Yes.
Okay. And how is it that you knew what his Google Gmail was?
That was documented when I went to his cell phone.
And you got a chance to go through, you said a search warrant to Google for it, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you got a chance to go through that search warrant return?
Yes.
Okay. And that's the search, or that's the Gmail account that would be associated with Mr. Butts.
Correct.
And you're at March Culture Post Exhibit 63?
Yes.
Handing you to March Culture Post Exhibit 63. Can you tell me, do you recognize what it is I just handed you?
Yes, this contains jarvisbutts82 at gmail.com, which was his Google subscriber information.
And that's the first page. And the second page is, what would those include?
The next page is, includes searches that I located inside that Google return that we received from Google.
Okay, and does that document fairly and accurately depict what it is you received back from Google as it relates to a search warrant for jarvisbutts82@gmail.com?
Yes.
And I move for the admission of people's proposed exhibit, I forgot. 63.
Any objection?
No objection.
It'll be a minute as people 63.
Okay, now I want to go back to the first page. So that was the subscriber information. Tell me, who is the subscriber?
So it has a Google account ID number, then it gives a name that says Jarvis Butts. It has an email address, jarvisbutts82@gmail.com. There's also a phone number that's connected to it, which is 313-585-8719.
And is there a birthday associated with that?
Yes, November 21st, 1982.
And moving on to the searches, what dates do those searches encompass?
These searches are December 9th.
Of what year?
Yeah, December 9th, 10th, and 11th of 2023.
Okay. And it's fair to say that those, the entirety of all the searches from those days.
It is not all of them, no.
Those are just select ones from the Google return.
Yes.
All right. Starting with December 9th, tell me which ones.
So the first, do you want me to read the ones that are just highlighted, or you want me to start at the top of here? So.
The ones that are highlighted.
Okay.
That's right. Nobody was looking for her for a month. Law enforcement, family, nobody. That is correct. And this is important. It's going to talk about his Google searches, what he was looking up, and the possibility of what happened to Ziyah. He doesn't need to be around anybody. It is so messed up, Angie. You should have heard me going off earlier when I was playing videos about it. I'm furious, y'all. I am furious.
Just start with the ones that are highlighted.
Yeah, so this search was December 9th, 2023 at 3:32 UTC time. So you would actually have to subtract 5 hours, which would make it the night of December 8th. And the site is, what's visited, it's Drink Me and Abort Your Baby, the Herbal Abortion Tea by Maya.
And what about the next one after that?
There is a site that's visited on December, it says here December 10th, 2023 at 9:32 p.m. UTC, so -5. And the site visited is plannedparenthood.org/learn/abortion/the abortion pill. The next search is immediately after that, so December 10th at 9:32 p.m. UTC, the abortion pill, get the facts about medication abortion.
Okay, I've heard some of y'all say that you can get Plan B over the counter. If he could get the Plan B pill over the counter, then again, why not give that to her? Why did he skip the herbal tea and just go straight for the antifreeze? Because you're going to hear that he searched that as well. Why, if you can get the Plan B pill at the pharmacy, why did they skip that and go straight for the antifreeze or whatever it is they did? I don't understand that. Yeah, from what I understand, like half of Detroit is abandoned and a wasteland. It was a neighbor who found her school ID in the street and turned it in to law enforcement. I thank God for that neighbor. Angie said that's the thing. Why is this normal in Detroit? Why are their kids being treated like trash? Who is protecting these kids? That's where I'm at. That's where I'm at with it. Why are these kids being treated like this? Why does nobody care? Why is this normalized? This needs to stop. It's got to stop. It's got to stop. I thought about that. Like, I'm wondering if that's what it was. I'm wondering if they actually did want to kill her. Oh, yeah, you're right. Plan B only works within 72 hours of initial sex. Yep. I forgot about that.
Search that was conducted before that on December 10th, 2023 at 9:31 p.m. UTC. And that site is plannedparenthood.org /blog/ can I use herbs to have an abortion at home. The next one is December 10th, 2023 at 9:31 p.m. UTC. Can I use herbs to have an abortion at home? Planned Parenthood.
The next one.
The next one is December 10th, 2023 at 9:36 p.m. UTC. So again, minus 5 hours. And that site is, it's ansirh.org research over-counter medication abortion. Search December 10th, 2023 at 9:36 p.m. over-the-counter medication abortion, and that's from that same place before, ANSIRH. December 10th, 2023 at 9:32, Planned Parenthood, abortion, the abortion pill, how do I have an abortion using only misoprostol, misoprostol. The next search, December 10th, 2023 at 9:32, Planned Parenthood, learn abortion, the abortion pill. So it's like the same, back and forth to the same site. On December 11th at 11:43 p.m. UTC, so minus 5 hours, specifically a search is, can I drink red antifreeze?
He searched, can I drink red antifreeze? Now, I don't know if red antifreeze has the like bitterness thing that they put in antifreeze removed. I would think it doesn't. But they're searching, can he drink red antifreeze? And we're going to see her clothes in a minute. And see, like, after this woman's done testifying, we're going to see her clothes, and it looks like she threw up blood, basically, to me, on her hoodie. But I don't know. She doesn't mention vomit being on it, so I'm not sure. That's where I'm at, Angie. And how the fuck did the school not notice she had a belly? Baggy clothes or not, she was tiny. Then all of a sudden, a belly. Do better. Yeah, I'm fed up. Like, I am furious. I'm furious that nothing was done. And if nothing was done about her, that means it's normalized. How many babies are walking around out there carrying babies? And even if it is a boyfriend that they have that's the exact same age as them, why are we not, as a community, as a nation, getting together and talking to these children and getting them some counseling, getting them some help to break these cycles?
Again, that same item is searched again right after the same time, 11:43 on December 11th, 2023. And I believe that's it.
Now, in that phone extraction that you went through with Mr. Butts, that Detective Marble had admitted, were you able to go through, and I know you mentioned there was a Text Now app and Text Now phone numbers
Yes.
that associated with Ziyah.
Yes.
When you went through Mr. Butts' phone extraction, did you find any of Ziyah's Text Now numbers?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall?
Please pardon me, I'm eating a salad. Angie said he gave a 4-year-old chlamydia. No one's talking about that in court. Right. So I don't know if it's been validated or verified. But again, I don't know that you could talk about it in court. because the 4-year-old needs to be protected. I would think they would mention a 4-year-old child that he gave chlamydia to if it had been verified. Like, the only reason I could think that they wouldn't is if it was like his previous charge. Like, if that's what he got charged for initially. And if it is what he got charged for initially, why the hell was he allowed back on the street? Abellis, that was so very sweet of you, gifting 20 memberships. My goodness. Thank you so very much for that. I closed out of my live, but I'll try to pull it back up real quick and see who they were gifted to. If you were gifted a membership from Abellis, please tell her thank you. That was so very sweet of you. My goodness. Thank you for the support. It looks like Jamie, Lil Ninja, Mooney Figs, Tallery, Trillery, Outdoorsy Life, Wispy Krama, SW, Crow Dog Sparks, Blue Rose Cash, Ashley, Tracy, Jade 4, Samantha N, Lou, Beautiful Blondie, I like that. Excuse me, Ellie, Debbie, Beastie 77, Stacy, Bestie 77, I'm sorry, and OG Shorty were gifted. Thank you so much for that, Abellis. I really appreciate that. I'm gonna go come pick y'all up on the crazy train. We're going to Detroit to save these children. We got to hurry up and get there. If y'all got to get off, you got to tuck and roll. If you're getting on, you need to run and jump. Get a head start. We're going to Detroit to save these children. I appreciate y'all. Thank you so much. I appreciate that so much, Abellis. And I appreciate all of y'all. Thank you so much for your support and kindness. Please don't forget to hit the thumbs up. And thank you again, Abellis. That was so sweet and supportive of you. You're so sweet. Thank you.
If what was on his phone, first of all, did you eventually do a search warrant
tuck
for
and roll.
text now?
Yes.
Okay, and did you receive messages back from text now?
Yeah, so the initial text now messages, again, DPS had done those and they had only gone back like a week. I also had another search warrant submitted to text now and requested to go back to January 1st of 2023.
Okay. And when you found these text now messages on Mr. Buck's phone, did those include all of the messages that you got back from text now, or just only parts?
It's all the messages through text now that were to that number that was assigned that Ziyah was using on text now.
That's what you got back from text now?
Yes.
But I'm thinking on Mr. Buck's phone.
Oh, Mr. Buck's phone specifically was just the messages from text now between him and Ziyah.
Okay, and did it include everything that you received back from text now, or?
No.
Okay. Your man approach?
Yes.
Approaching the folks, exhibit 46 and 47. Can you tell me, exhibit 46, do you recognize what I handed you?
Yes, this is an extraction report for a iPhone, and it was for phone number account 313-585-8719. And this is the section in that extraction about messages.
Okay. And is that exhibit, proposed exhibit 46, is that a fair and accurate depiction of the messages that were on Jarvis Buck's phone between his phone number and the number 213-743-3173?
I want to provide y'all with a trigger warning.
231, yes. 231.
Yes, 231.
Yes.
Sorry, numbers. 231-743-3137.
Yes.
Okay.
I heard that too, Carolina. I heard that it was his own child, but I can't be sure. It's just a speculation. Bad Girl said justice for Ziyah.
And those are the ones that you had seen on Mr. Buck's phone.
Correct.
And I move for the admission of people's proposed exhibit 46.
It'll be admitted as people's 46.
And those cover a period of October 7th, 2023 through November 23rd, 2023. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And now I want to show you the proposed exhibit 47. Do you recognize what I handed you in 47?
Yes, this is another extraction from the phone, and this is under the message section.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of the messages that you went through on Mr. Buck's phone to the number 313-379-5882?
Yes.
Okay. And I would move the admission of people's proposed exhibit 47.
No objection.
You'll be admitted as People's 47. Can you repeat that phone number?
Yeah, 313-379-5882.
Thank you.
Thank you. And those would be from the date period of September 26th, 2022 through September 30th, 2022.
Yes.
And now I want to show you what's already been admitted as People's Exhibits 15 and 16. And these are already admitted. These are certified copies of text and messages. I'm going to talk specifically about subscriber information within them. In People's 15, is there a subscriber as it relates to that?
Yes.
Okay, and who's that subscriber?
I will work on trying to find where they read out the text messages. If I can find it and we can play it today, I will. I don't know if we'll have time because I do need to do a quick recap of the Evelyn Boswell case I'm going to be covering, hopefully be covering tomorrow. But I will work on trying to find where they read the text messages.
A subscriber as it relates to that.
Yes.
Who is that?
The username on here is Kenyatta Harris 955.
And are you familiar with the Kenyatta Harris?
Yes.
And how is it that you're familiar with her?
That is Ziyah's biological mother.
And is there, on the next page, is there a phone number that is associated with that account? They might be on the subscriber information too.
Yes.
And what's that phone number?
It's 313-379-58.
I don't remember this part. I didn't remember that they actually got in contact with her mother, her biological mother. Shell said, to everyone in chat, if I ever get gifted a membership and do not say thank you, it's because I didn't notice yet, especially today since I started from the beginning and only glanced at chat. It's okay, babe. You're good.
882.
And what is the period of usage for which the subscriber Kenyatta Harris had that phone number?
The phone ownership is from September 24, 2022
Hey, Lou.
through November 8, 2022.
And for the subscriber information in People's 16, can you tell me who is the subscriber there?
The subscriber here, the username is Ziyah Harris 74.
And is there a phone number associated with that?
Yes.
What is that phone number?
231-743-3137.
And is there a phone ownership date period for that?
Yes.
What's that date period?
January 1st, 2024 to February 6th, 2024.
Hey, Mandy Lorian. I like your name. I wanted to say, like, if the mom is not involved, if her biological mother is not involved, and it's because she's on substances, again, I can tell you from personal experience, the reason that people use substances is because they're trying to stop the pain. They're trying to stop the hurt, the trauma that they've endured in life is why people use substances. So what trauma is her mama trying to run from that she hasn't dealt with yet? Again, I mean, I would think it's related to the house. I think it's related to the generational abuse that's going on in that household. And to anybody out there still using, please seek help, because it gets so much better when you're not having to chase the dragon anymore. I'm sorry, Artemis Prime, for whatever you're going through.
familiar with
Hey, Dainty Dane.
the location of 17500 East Warren Avenue in the city of Detroit?
Yes.
Runway approach.
Yes.
And showing you people's 4, 5, and 6 already admitted. How is it that you're familiar with that location?
This is Frank's Auto Repair. It's located on Warren, right at Neff, 17500 East Warren. This is a location that Jarvis Butts worked at prior to working at 9000 Connor.
And that's in the city of Detroit, Wayne County?
Yes.
Now, did you yourself, I want to go into the interviews with Mr. Butts.
Yes.
Did you interview Mr. Butts?
Yes.
Okay. I want to start with an interview back on May 31st, 2024. Did you see the person that you interviewed in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Okay. Can you point to him, tell me a photo of the clothing that he's wearing?
Yes, he's sitting behind the defense counsel. He's wearing a face mask and he has the Wayne County green jumpsuit on.
Your Honor, for the record reflect the witness identified defendant Jarvis Butts.
So reflected.
And we've been talking this whole time about Jarvis Butts. Is that the same Mr. Butts in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Now, this interview back on May 31st, 2024, where was that at?
That was at Wayne County Jail.
And who was all there?
Myself and Sergeant Lance Sullivan.
And
Now, when we listen to this, I'm going to put it back on normal speed because it's hard for me to hear what they're talking about. I couldn't understand a word of it, but to be fair, I had it sped up and I was driving. I had the phone sitting on my lap while I was driving and listening to this, I think Saturday morning when I had to go run errands. So I wasn't really paying close attention, but hopefully we'll be able to understand it.
do you recall about what time this interview took place?
I've been clean for going on 10 years now. Somewhere between 8 and 10. I don't count it because I don't like to I don't like to remember that time of my life. I don't say I'm in recovery because there's no amount of money you could ever pay me to go back to that. I got help for what I was dealing with and what I was running from. And the sooner you can do that and realize that you don't have to be, dealing with that trauma and the substances, like, yeah, it makes you feel better at the time, but you always have to get more and more and more and more and more. So, I mean, it's just horrible. So again, if you're dealing with something like that, please seek help because it's so much better when you're not having to do whatever you got to do to get what you need for that day. And it's horrible. Please seek help.
It was in the afternoon,
And how long did this interview last?
like 2-3 hours.
And with Mr. Butts, did you ask him about his education, speaking English, things like that?
Yes.
Did you offer him any food or drink?
I believe at one point we had asked him about if he needed some water because we had been there in it.
And
thank you, guys.
Did you read Mr. Butts his constitutional rights?
I believe Sergeant Sullivan went through those with him.
Okay.
And I'm proud of you all too.
And was something used to assist in the reading of those rights?
Yes.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Can you give us Marcus Field Exhibit 26? Can you tell me what it is I just handed you?
So this is a Detroit Police Department constitutional rights, advice rights form.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of the one that was executed back on May 31st, 2024 with Mr. Butts?
Yes.
Your Honor, I moved in.
If y'all hear chewing, it's Basil. He's back here eating some crackers.
Was Exhibit 26?
I'm proud of you
That's
guys.
People's 26.
And did Mr. Butts did he sign or initial acknowledging his rights?
Yes, he read them and he initialed them and he signed.
And did he agree to speak with you?
Yes.
Okay. And I asked for a voluntariness.
Sergeant Jones, you came to interview my client on May 31st, correct?
Yes.
It was you and Sergeant Sullivan?
Yes.
Were you aware he was represented by counsel at that time?
Yes.
In fact, did one of you call his counsel and ask for permission to interview him?
Mandalorian, the person on the stand is the detective that actually appears that she did try to do everything she can for this child, like the only one. Once they finally got the case, a month after she had went missing initially, this woman did everything she could to try to find this child.
On that date?
Not on that date, prior to that date.
Several months before, yes.
In April 17th, in fact, right?
I don't have the exact date, but it was a couple months before that.
And the word you were under no circumstances, right?
Under no circumstances.
Yeah, you interviewed Mr. Butts.
Well, that's not true.
You were not told you could not interview Mr. Butts?
Judge, I would object. This is a legal argument. Only the client themselves can enforce the right. The defense attorney cannot enforce their right to remain silent.
I just asked a question. Was she told not she couldn't interview?
So
one second. Were you getting ready to say something else?
And it has nothing to do with this interview.
If we're talking about voluntariness, I want to see, was she aware that he had a right to have his counsel? They contacted his counsel. His counsel told them no, do not interview.
And this, you're saying this had nothing to do with this interview that you're speaking of?
This was 2 months prior. That was not this day. This was completely separate. And a defense attorney cannot invoke their client's right to remain silent. That's just the end of it.
It's true.
So you and your partner went to speak to Mr. Butts, correct?
Yeah.
You took it. Where did you interview him from?
At the Wayne County.
Betsy said, I have a saying, God gives his toughest battles to his strongest soldiers. I heard something like that a long time ago, and I could never remember the quote, but it's like, if you ever had to deal with like being addicted to substances and you had access to something that made you feel like larger than life and you were able to put it down and walk away from it, that makes you like even stronger than, you know, a normal person who hasn't ever experienced having something like being addicted to something. I can't remember it exactly, but it's basically like being addicted to something that makes you feel better than anything in the whole entire world ever made you feel. And you knew it was wrong and knew it was bad and got sick of it and put it down. It makes you stronger. I can't remember the quote exactly. It wasn't that, you know, I'm just trying to reiterate it. It was a lot more eloquent and pretty than that, but it was something like that. It does, not talking about the problem does keep you prisoner to the problem. Okay, Rachel, you be careful out there. Carolina said, in my honest opinion, I think Jarvis Butts and someone else knows exactly what happened to Ziyah. And they also know that her body and baby won't ever be found. That tells me that her remains were destroyed in a landfill. It's possible. I think more than just Jarvis knows exactly where she's at too. And I don't think she'll ever be found because I think that he thinks without a body, he can get off.
Okay.
Okay, did you interview him on this was at, forgive me, in Division 1?
Yes.
Beer. Did you interview him on his floor or did you take him somewhere else?
I don't know where his floor is, so Wayne County had prepared a room for us to be able to interview him.
Okay, so you took him to
Oh, yeah. Rachel, we do have a Discord where we share things like that. We share videos, we talk, we chat. There's always somebody talking in there if you need someone to talk to. I share shorts a lot. There's an actual picture of me on there. A partial picture of my face. But yeah, and the Discord is linked on my channel. If you go to like my actual channel where it says speculation, I think it's speculation or speculating at the top in red, you should see a link to the Discord.
Another room. And you and your partner interviewed him?
Yes.
And you gave him his constitutional rights? And you did not give him food or water, correct?
Correct.
You don't know what time of day this was?
Well, I just saw the form here, so I see it.
10 said her mom was essayed by her mother's husband. Annette didn't believe her, and she stayed married to the monster. The abuse continued. Yeah. I mean, it seems like that's exactly what happened. And if that is what happened, we need to break the cycle. We need to get these children help. It needs to be mandated in school that they get counseling and they get help for however many hours, plural, a week. These children need to be talked to, especially quote unquote inner city children, children that are living in rough neighborhoods, Detroit, Chicago, places like that. They need extra counseling. They need extra help. Please tell your children that they are special, they are loved, how much I don't care if they got straight F's in school. Tell them that they're smart, they're beautiful, they're handsome. So that way, if these predators approach them, it's harder because they don't have low self-esteem. They know their worth, and they can hopefully it'll help it from not happening so often. Passenger 33 said, I walked away from a 20-year heroin addiction and I have 15 months in recovery today. I'm about to start watching this from the beginning. Thank you for covering this very important story. Passenger, I was addicted to that too, and it's really hard, and I'm proud of you, and I'm proud of all of you that were saying that you recovered. I really, it's a hard thing to recover from, and I'm glad that everybody has.
It's about 1 in the afternoon.
Okay. Were you aware that he was working?
There had been a conversation that he was given some small duties, but that it had been taken away from him.
I'm still addicted to cigarettes, unfortunately. I'm trying to, I've got Jolly Ranchers actually right now, not the cinnamon ones, but just regular ones. I'm trying to slow down and quit because my voice, now that I've got a YouTube channel, I can't lose my voice. So yeah, I'm trying to quit smoking as well, but unfortunately I still smoke.
You know if he had worked that day?
I do not recall.
Okay, and do you know if he had actually been to sleep prior to you visiting?
When we talked to him, he didn't seem sleepy.
Do you know if he had anything to eat prior to you visiting?
He did not complain about being hungry.
Like, what? What does it matter if he was sleepy or hungry?
Yeah, we're going to pass.
Okay, just quickly.
Thank you. Now,
It's
this
like
interview with Mr. Butts.
the Stephen Stearns documents that I've been reading. Who cares what this man wants or thinks? I don't give a shit. I don't care if he wants the death penalty off the table. I don't care if this man ate or slept. Was he worried about Ziyah eating or sleeping? See, it's generational. It happened to Ziyah Harris' mom. It's generational. It's got to stop. I thought about trying that flume or fume thing.
On May 31st, 2024. Was that recorded in any way?
Yes.
How was it recorded?
It was recorded with a body-worn camera from the Detroit Police Department that were issued, and it was also recorded on a audio recording for voice only.
Okay. So it's audio and video on body cam and then also.
Yeah, so 2 different factors.
Okay. So, seen this video prior to today?
Yes.
Okay. And when you saw that video from May 31st, 2024, was that video a fair and accurate depiction of the video interview that took place?
Yes.
And I move to the admission of People Proposed Exhibit 27.
Any objection?
No objection.
It'll be admitted as People's Exhibit 27.
Thank you. And for the audio, did you have a chance to prior listen to that?
Yes.
And was that audio a fair and accurate depiction of the audio that was recorded from the interview back on May 31st, 2024?
Yes.
And I move to the admission of People's Proposed Exhibit 28.
Any objection?
No objection.
It'll be admitted as People's 28.
Thank you, Judge. And you also interviewed him. Well, let's go with the 31st. You're going to publish?
Yes.
I need clips this time. I'm not going to play the entire video.
Okay, I'm gonna slow it down so we can hear what they're saying in this audio, and try to understand. Like I said, I didn't have closed captions on when I heard it the first time, so maybe it'll be easier to hear what they're saying. I couldn't quite make it out. You know, I'll say this and then I won't talk about it anymore. I still get treatment. I'm on I take Suboxone for my previous addictions, and I went up there and was getting my medicine, and the lady there, it was my birthday on the day I went, and she was like, oh, it's your birthday, and I was like, yeah. And I was like, she was like, how old are you? And I said, I don't remember because I don't ever keep track of it. And she said, you should be proud of every year that you are on this earth because so many people don't make it. And that really stood out to me. She said, you should be proud of every year that you are around because of think about all the people who never made it. You know what I mean? And that always stood out to me and stuck with me for years. Oh my goodness.
And for the record, this is from Exhibit 26, and it's clip 1. And this is clip 2.
I can't understand a word they're saying. Angie, I don't know why the school didn't tell anybody. That's why I'm furious. Hey, Lily. Hey, guilty of crime. Hey, everybody coming in.
I can't hear anything he's saying.
I can't either, honey.
He is very quiet. I don't know if it's my volume that has to go up.
Let me try turning it down on the TV. I can't hear one word.
I can't either.
Try now.
Okay.
This is starting it for clip 2.
I heard I did as much as I could for him. Maybe we can take from the contextual clues of like what they say to him. I don't know. I thought we were friends. I helped pass out flyers.
Now, in that clip, Mr. Bus was talking about him keeping his distance given his history.
Yes.
And that he tried to help as best as he could with flyers.
That he was trying to help with.
Rachel, just monitor it. I mean, I think it'll be okay. If he's hurt, but just monitor, Miss O said that school should be investigated. They are supposed to be, I don't know what that means, but mandated reporters. And I think that the school should be investigated too, because again, nobody did a damn thing for this child. And the only thing I can come up with is that it's normalized in that community. And if this situation is normalized in that community, we got a big damn problem. We got a big damn problem. Hey, Misty.
With flyers regarding Miss Ziyah being missing, yes.
Okay. Now I'm going to play clip 3.
Hopefully they'll recap.
One of the accusations, they said that
I was supposed to be in the area, some shit, this is what they were telling me I was supposed to be in the area at the time. I worked with them there. So.
Did they say why they why they came to you, or you're just on the side of you?
I just had a series of text messages.
What?
I'm talking about, and I want to meet him, and I expected it to be that day. You understand?
I can't hear what he's saying either, but I think they're going to recap it because it's a problem for everybody to hear because of that air conditioner or whatever it is in the background. So don't get mad and throw your laptop like I want to right now. Just wait a minute and they should recap basically what he says. Oh no. Rachel, if he knows that, then have him put it up somewhere, hide it from you. That's what I would do. If my husband came home with something I knew I had an issue with, I would have him hide it or keep it at work or something like that. I'm sorry you're dealing with that right now, Rachel. Mrs. O said they're supposed to protect children. They're mandated reporters. Everyone failed Ziyah. They absolutely did. They absolutely did. And it's so devastating. Yep, he is.
From time to time, I have and I owe the money, so I started making money that day. I probably come the next day, I always go to grandma's house. I started living in grandma's house. I started going to grandma's house, I got order to get rid of the money. That's how so that everything normal text that she would have texted me. Yeah, like I want you had to work for us, you know what I'm saying? And that was really nice to have in the times when I paid them. Sometimes when I was ready to finish, I said, well, it's when I had come in the office space. Stuff like that. Organize for my baby.
I call it my baby. I can't understand his mumbling either, and he is smirking. They're going to recap it. After we watch what he says in this jail interview, we'll go to the lady talking about the blood on her clothes, and then we'll recap Evelyn Boswell real quick, and then I'll have to go. But hope I should be able to finish this part today.
Now, in that clip, he talks mostly about that there was some text messages. He would have the girls come and clean, be at the shop. You know, he would have work for them.
Yeah, he was talking about, he would pick up the kids, he would give them a little bit of money, and they would come clean up and tidy up the shop.
Okay. And that he believes that it's normal for her to text him from work.
Yes.
Now, clip 4.
Do you remember that? It was, then you tried to tell them it was for the money and they just weren't listening? Or? I remember that. That one text because we were busy. Okay. And I never, when I seen it, but next time I got another. Okay.
That when he was talking about text messages, we were busy.
Now, he's referring to seeing a text message but being busy.
Yes.
Okay. Tell me what was that about?
When I believe that when she was texting him, he's referring back to when he was interviewed with Detective Mays and Johnson about the messages that she had texted him, and that he had assumed that he was going to be picking them up by the grandma's house, and he hadn't replied because he was busy working. And then he finally replied with, okay.
Now, you also interviewed Mr. Butts the next day. You came back the next day.
Yes.
What's the reason you came back the next day?
We had some more questions.
Okay. And was he once again, I guess, was he still constrained by that advice of rights?
We had him sign another one. He read another one that day and he signed it that day as well. I'm pretty sure, or we showed him this and he agreed to it. That's what it was. This was the paper. We showed him, he agreed to it, he understood it, and he continued to talk.
Okay, so you were using that same form?
Yes.
Okay. And once again, sorry. Okay, and once again, he acknowledged his rights.
Yes.
And he did continue to speak with you.
Yes.
Okay, and he didn't mention anything about not wanting to speak with you.
Correct.
And did he give you any reason in your experience to think that him speaking with you wasn't voluntary?
No.
And
He's trying to get out of what he said in the interview.
can I pass for what years voluntariness for the June 1st statement?
He's trying to get out of what he said in this interview by claiming it was unconstitutional.
On June 1st, you were with your partner, Sullivan. You didn't have him sign the form.
Well, we had presented this back to him. We had this form, advised him that this was still, he understood his rights, and he agreed.
So your words, I believe, were, you remember.
I'm skipping it ahead just a little bit to the next clip. I think King knew. I think King knew. Absolutely. Absolutely. We discussed a theory where we think that he was basically brought women and girls to the damn auto shop because he might be high up on the bad part of the community, you know what I mean, involved in gangs or something, and they might have brought him to him. I don't know, but a lot more needs to be investigated than what has been investigated. I know that for a fact, Jack. Oh, you're welcome, Abellis. Lord have mercy. Hold on.
Sorry, hold on. This is 5:31.
Miss Ridley, it might be best to play that to show that he, or I want to see that as well, show on the 31st what he understood it to be.
Oh, okay, yes.
As we move along, this is not like we gotta talk for 2 minutes to get out of here, right? It feels, I'd like to talk to you, right? I'd like to, whatever you done. If there's things that we no longer don't want to talk about, just send this in, like, let's get there and talk about this. Is that fair? Honestly, there's no, right, I'm looking for, yeah, I'm not looking for shirts or all figuring out, but there's just a lot of things going on, and we're involved in some of it. We're just trying to get like our mind wrapped around something. Is that fair? Okay, you're familiar with the right? Do me a favor, actually, you know, before you read this to me, we can read it. I've heard it also. Okay, we're at. Oh, okay. If you could look at yours, you read those, and then this one, it's in understand.
Hold on, they're going to recap it. He's reciting his Miranda rights. He's reading it out loud.
I understand that these are our rights on the law, and I have not been ready to promise anything, and I have now decided to please ask any questions. Listen to me to speak. Any questions about those? Okay, do me a favor, just look initial license tonight, and I'll just also have my purpose and
Y'all, I just looked at, I'm sure you saw me going through that. There's a lot of him interviewing, so we might have to stop in just a minute. I'll play it for a little bit longer, but I'll probably have to stop there for the day so that we can cover Megan Boswell, and we'll finish covering this trial when the Megan Boswell trial's over, or on Saturday or Sunday or something. Yes, from what I understand, he's SA'd the toddler daughter that was 4 years old. We'll listen to a little bit more of this, then I'll do our quick Evelyn Boswell trial, or, what happened in that case. There's a quick recap I'm going to play. I actually need to get a timeline together, too, that somebody sent me. And we'll talk about that, and then tomorrow will be trial day, hopefully. He does talk like Stearns, Rachel. And that's a good thing to point out. He does talk like Stearns. And why are they all talking so low like that? Like so childish, so soft spoken. I mean, it would seem to me that it's because they don't want to appear to be a threat. They're used to talking like that because they're talking to children like that, and they don't want to appear to be a threat. They want to be real soft spoken so that they can talk to the children and gain their basically let their guard down around them because they're talking so soft and slow. I saw part of it, Misty. I saw part of the live where they confront Shannon in the kitchen. I need to watch it. It is annoying, Dainty.
May 31st already.
I'll tell you what, I will let the rest of this part play, and then we'll pick back up where this one leaves off after they recap it. We'll pick back up there when we're done, and we'll do Megan Boswell real quick.
Yes. For the record, that was from People's Exhibit 27, and it was paused at 4 minutes and 9 seconds.
I need my recap.
And this is playing from Exhibit 29 at 1 minute, 20 seconds. Oh, I didn't share it, I'm sorry.
I'll pause it here. Do y'all let me know real quick? Do y'all want to look at her clothes evidence real quick, or do y'all want to just go ahead and jump into the Megan Boswell? I'll work on pulling up the clothes evidence. If y'all want to see like where the lady found her clothes and she talks about what's on Naziah's like jumpsuit and stuff that they found in the river. Do y'all want to do that real quick, or do you want to do the short recap on the Evelyn Boswell stuff and continue all this stuff when we can go back over it again? Sorry, y'all let me know. I was trying to get to this. The close. Okay. I'm trying to get to this one where it's at. It's in that 5-hour one. All right. I'm going to skim through it so I can find the lady and what she looks like. It might be at it, but I'm going to skim through it and find her, and then we'll watch it. Yeah, this is where they're talking about the clothes. Okay. I'm going to do it to where they bring the clothes up on the board, and she talks about what's on the clothes. If I can get it back there. All right. That's the doctor.
Thank you.
But says he hadn't seen her since September or October, I think. All right. She comes in, she says, you know, basically who she is and what she does. And then they talk about the clothes she tested. I'm going to go to right here. That's probably about where we need to be at. Okay, Artemis. Have a good day, love. Hold on just a minute. I'm going to pause it and hopefully it'll go to where we need it. Would have possessed. What would have possessed Megan Boswell to do that to baby Evelyn Boswell? It's infuriating to what she did to her beautiful, precious daughter. It is infuriating. I think she did it because she wanted to be with that guy who didn't want babies. That's what I think.
Change test, but it's simpler to use. You touch it to a cutting of your evidence and it'll turn blue or it will not turn blue. And there's also a hemotrace test that we test for the presence of human blood.
Okay. And did you utilize those 3 tests that you talked about in this case?
Yes.
Okay. And in terms of the pheno test,
she talks about those tests, but you're going to hear what each thing is. So I know you don't know what those tests are, but she's going to discuss it again when she talks about the clothes.
can you just describe how that process works, what you actually have to do to utilize that test?
Yeah, so again, it's a 2-step test where you have the phenol solution and you have hydrogen peroxide, which is the 2 components used. It's a 1 for 1 drop, and you drop those onto the substrate, which is typically a cutting of a swab, or that's typically what it is, a cutting of a swab. You drop the 1, you drop the 2.
I'm going to keep it at regular speed for a minute so it'll stop doing that.
It'll change to the pink color or it will not. If it changes to the pink, we refer to that as a positive.
Okay. And that's for the presence of, or possible presence of
Possible presence of blood, yes.
And then,
hold on, y'all. I'm trying to fix it. I don't know why it's doing this because I don't have anything connected. Okay.
presence of, or possible presence of
Possible
blood.
presence of blood, yes.
And then jumping forward a little bit, you described to determine whether there was human blood or not human blood.
Mhm.
You called that the hemotrace, I believe?
Correct.
What's the process for that?
So the hemotrace involves actually a small extraction of a cutting of a particular stain in this. For example, a particular stain, you extract it in a buffer solution that comes in the hemotrace kit for a set amount of time. And once that is extracted, you spin it down, you take the liquid, you draw the liquid off with a pipette, and there's a cartridge test. And it's similar, we read it similar to like a COVID test, where
a set number of lines, like if the test line appears, then it's positive. If not, then it's negative.
May I approach Judge?
Yes.
Oh, you're welcome, Carolina.
I'm approaching with what's already been admitted as People's 41. And Ms. Green, do you recognize the document I just handed you?
It's going to show her clothes in just a second. And she's going to tell what's on them.
Yes.
And is that a report that you authored that was relevant to this case?
Yes.
And first, what record number are you looking at there in your report?
This is record 7.
And is that, what is the lab number associated with that?
MD 24-691.
And permission to publish Exhibit 41.
Yes.
And on the screen there, are you able to see that from your seat?
Yes.
And is that the same document that you're holding in your hand that's on the screen?
That is the same document, yes.
And just talking about the information on the top of that document right now, what goes in where under laboratory report? What is entered into that portion of the document?
So under the laboratory report section, we have the number, the investigating officer for the case, and their agency and their agency number, the record number, date received, time received, and the date completed.
Oh. And moving down to
Susie Q, we're going to go over a short recap of the Megan Boswell and Evelyn Boswell case. Megan killed her 18-month-old little girl. She's precious too. Trial started for that today, but they just did jury selection. I'm going to be basically live streaming the trial, and we're going to watch it together. So I'll start tomorrow. I'll start about an hour and a half after they start, so that when they go to lunch, we can just skip past the breaks and things and just watch the full trial.
To evidence reviewed, can you talk about what is listed in that section of these reports?
The evidence received section?
Yeah.
Yes. So these are the containers that I received under this record number for the submission.
And when you say container, what do you mean by that?
The container numbers on the left side.
Yeah.
The container numbers on the left are the container numbers that are given to the item when it's submitted into our laboratory.
And are those numbers, the container numbers, assigned by the law enforcement agency that submitted it or by the MSP lab yourself?
The container numbers are assigned by us, and when it's entered in our system, it gives it a sequential number.
And in terms of the agency number, though, is that also included in the evidence reviewed?
The agency number is what the item numbers that the agency gives in their internal system, but we include it in our description.
And for container number 5, first, what was in container number 5?
Container number 5 is the black hoodie, sweatshirt style.
And what agency number was included for that submission?
Number 85.
And then in container number 6, what was in container number 6, the physical piece of evidence?
Was a pink bodysuit.
And what agency number was that associated with from Detroit Police Department?
Number 86.
Okay. And we're going to talk mainly about those two, but I do want to go through your interpretations. First, can we talk about what goes into the interpretations section of your report?
So in the interpretation section, this is where we report out our results for our body fluid testing.
Okay, and you talked about blood.
Mhm.
Did you do a blood test on the first item that we're looking at here, the black hoodie?
Yes.
And did you also test for semen as well?
Yes.
And starting with the test for semen, what is that test called?
This, the test that I did was the acid phosphatase test.
And was there any, what was the result of that test?
It was negative.
I apologize. I was muted. Angie said, brace yourself. And it is very sad. So brace yourself because there wasn't semen found on the hoodie, but there was semen found.
Did not indicate the presence of semen on that black hoodie. And then moving down now to your next test here, what was the result? First, what was the next test that you did for?
The next test after this one that I did would be the phenol test. The way that it's listed here is not necessarily the order of the testing that I did. Is how, for some reason, that's how our reports generate the report. So, but the next test I would have done on this would have been the phenol or phenolphthalein test.
And is that a blood? You described that as a blood test, correct?
Yes, presumptive blood test.
And for the pheno test, what was your result of that test?
So there were areas that were not phenopositive, and there were areas that were phenopositive.
Okay. And can you talk about that a little bit more when you say areas that were positive and not positive?
Sure. So I selected several areas on the entire surface of the hoodie, from the hood all the way to the sleeves, front and back, to test for the possible presence of blood. And I tested numerous stains. Not all of those stains were positive, meaning they didn't all exhibit a color change.
Okay. But some of them did?
Some of them did.
If you know how many did and how many didn't.
Yeah, Carolina said to use her age to actually to dismiss what she did, talking about the Evelyn Boswell case and Megan Boswell. Megan Boswell was young, but I'm going to tell you what, I don't know how old she was. There's 16-year-olds that get pregnant out here and don't hurt their babies. I got pregnant at 18 and had my child at 19. I don't want to hear nothing about her damn age. Megan Boswell. Yes, she was really young, and yes, she was really dumb, and yes, she was really immature, but I promise you there's people out here having babies every day going through the same thing. I can't.
With looking at photos of that, be able to help you answer that question?
Looking at photos, yes, it was.
Okay, we will come back to that.
Okay.
Going down to after the pheno test, what was the next test that you did?
On the hoodie, it would actually be, yes.
Let's just go down the list of the tests, if that's okay, as they're listed on here. So after the acid phosphate test, what's the next one there?
The next one will be the hemotrace test, which I did on the stains that were pheno positive. I decided to follow those up with hemotrace to test for the possible presence of human blood.
Okay. And pheno test doesn't differentiate between human and animal blood, correct?
No.
Okay.
No.
That's what the hemotrace is for.
The hemotrace will tell us, yes.
Right. And what was the result of the hemotrace test on the areas that were positive on the pheno test?
So I tested 5 areas with hemotrace, 5 of the phenopositive stains. And 3 of the stains on this hoodie were hemotrace positive.
Now, the next listed one is the hemostix test, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And what was that test for? What was the reason you administered that test?
I did that one on the stains that were not as obvious. Sometimes you might get a weak phenopause, which is basically a very faint pink. And to kind of supplement the positive result to make sure I was seeing what I was seeing, I followed up with the hemostix because sometimes it's easier to see. The hemostix has a yellow pad and it changes to like a deep blue.
Michelle, Hio is following the Alexi Travazo case. I know she was trying to pull information on it. So I'll get back to you on that. Yeah, Hio has been studying that one and following that one. That's the one where she had her baby in the hospital and threw the baby in the trash can and lied about it. See, Carolina said exactly. Heck, I'm not proud of myself, but I was 13 and a half when I had my daughter. No excuses. Yeah. Unfortunately, there's people out here that have children young all the time. It's not an excuse. I don't like that shit. We all have children young. Some younger than others.
You, apply the sample to it. So
And
that's why I
so,
followed up.
as it's listed here, the hemostix test was positive.
You're good,
For the
Pedro.
ones that I tested, yes.
For the ones that you tested, which, to be clear for the record, was not all of them.
Correct.
And you said that you tested the weak positives from the pheno?
Yes.
And did you only test weak positives from the pheno test?
Yes, if I'm not mistaken, yes.
All right. Now, going down to the next page on record number 7 here, there's a line there at the top of the page. Can you read that line and tell us what it means? Or the paragraph at the top there.
Where it starts indicated?
Yeah.
Okay. So indicated the presence of human blood. Additional areas on this item were tested that did not indicate the presence of blood and or human blood. Additional areas on this item were tested that indicated the possible presence of blood.
And what does that mean? And why did you include that in the report? Or why is that included in the report?
That sums up the results from page 1 for the hemotrace, hemostix, and pheno. The first sentence indicated the presence of human blood applies to the hemotrace positive. Additional areas on this item were tested that did not indicate the presence of blood and or human blood. That was for the hemotrace, the ones that were not positive with hemotrace. Additional areas on this item were tested that indicated the possible presence of blood were for the pheno.
I'm going to try to skip it ahead to where they put
And
it
in
on the
terms
board.
of
Because
after
she says
you
this
conducted your test on the black hoodie, or your tests on the black hoodie, did you do anything to preserve more swabs for further testing by DNA analysis?
Okay, so I scooted it forward to where we can see what she was wearing, and they have it on the board because she goes through what each stain is when we see that. So you kind of got a feel for what kind of testing she did.
64, the PowerPoint for the pink bodysuit.
No objection.
It'll be a minute. Is people 64?
And permission to publish.
Yes.
Okay, now the woman we were listening to that is law enforcement, the one we were listening to her testify a few minutes ago, she talks about finding these clothes in the river and pulling them out, and she talks about how she had to lay them out to dry. So this is the pink bodysuit. It's going to be the hoodie. I didn't see the shoes yet, but this is what she pulled out of the river.
Yeah. And just on the first slide here, first photo, is this just a cover sheet for the item that you did?
Yes.
Okay. Going to the second slide or second photo, can you just tell us what we're looking at here in this on this slide?
So this slide in particular, I take pictures of the front and back of the exterior. If it's a clothing item, front and back of the exterior, and in this case, front and back of the interior, which is on a further slide. But this here at the top left picture is the front exterior as if it was worn. So that would be, if you were looking at the person wearing it, that would be the front. And the bottom right picture is a close-up of the top half.
And if we could go to slide 10. And we're looking at the 10th slide, starting with the top left. Can you tell us what we're looking at there and what is listed on underneath that top left photo?
The top left is the front exterior again, as if worn, and this was after testing, after pheno testing. And the one on the bottom right is a closer look at the top portion, I guess from like shoulder to torso of the garment.
And you have some words inputted on the top right, indicating that there was pheno-negative testing on this portion of it.
Yes, that was the key to, so when the viewers such as yourself would look at this photo and see the pH-N, that's our way of saying this was a negative stain and keeping track of the stains that I did test. So the pH-N means pheno-neg.
Okay. And can we go to slide 20? Sorry, one back. And I wanted to focus on the bottom right photo here. What are we looking at in the bottom right of the 19th slide in the PowerPoint?
The bottom right photo is where the positive pheno stain was located. This would be the interior back portion of the item. So like inside here, I don't know if you can see, but like it will be interior inside I flipped it in.
Hey, Hazel.
Inside out to test those stains.
Okay, so what we're looking at here in the bottom right, that's inside out. So that's why we can see what would be the tag.
The tag, correct, yes.
And now could we go to slide 20? And this says on here, pH-POS. Does that stand for positive?
Positive, yes.
Okay. And so that area on the inside of if it was inside out, that area tested positive for the possible presence of blood.
Correct.
Okay. And did you do the same sort of PowerPoint for the black hoodie that we tested or that we talked about earlier as well?
Yes, I did.
And do those pictures that you took, were they put into a PowerPoint similar to this one?
Yes.
And do those pictures in the PowerPoint fairly and accurately depict your observations as your testing move forward of the black hoodie?
Yes.
Move to admit people's proposed.
So Gray Moon said, if her clothes were found near the river, is it possible that he dumped her body there as well? It's possible. Everybody says her body's buried. I don't know. I would think they would find it in the river, especially if they found the clothes. I think they had washed up on shore. I don't know how she would get out of her clothes after she's decomposed, though. I've never heard that before. Like, I don't understand. I mean, unless these are planted clothes, but how did they get the blood all over them if they're planted? Because it's all over her hoodie, and you'll see that in just a minute. It's possible that her body's there and just hasn't been found yet. I don't know. They're still looking.
People's proposed 44, so we got a little mixed up with the numbers.
No objection.
It'll be a minute.
And permission to publish. And looking at the first slide of 44 that's on the screen.
So I could be wrong. They might not have found semen. I thought the semen was on the pink jumpsuit, but like I said, I was driving when I heard it the first time, so I suppose that was blood. There might not have been semen.
Can you tell us this is just the same cover page?
Correct.
And going to the second slide here, what are we looking at here in this photo?
This will be the front of the black hoodie if worn.
And this is before any testing had been done?
Yes.
I want to go forward to slide 7. And what are we looking at here on slide 7 of this PowerPoint exhibit?
This is the hood area of the external portion, the external hood portion of the hoodie.
Now you notice how this part is torn up and ripped. Okay, that's weird to me. Like it would go to what they were saying, Shannon hit her in the head or possibly stabbed her in the head or something. I don't understand why this is ripped unless it was done by animals, which is also a possibility.
I was trying to get accurate angles. That's why so many pictures, but.
Oh. And is this, again, just standard overview before any testing had been done?
Yes.
And if we go to slide 8. And what are we looking at here?
This is the interior portion that would be in contact. Like if you pulled the hood over your head, it would be the area up here.
So you're looking at the inside of the hood that would touch the person's head that wore it.
Yep.
And slide 9. What in this photo are we looking here, and has any testing been done at this point?
This is after testing. This is back to the front of the hoodie, plus obviously the sleeves. This is after ALS screening, which is alternate light source, which is used for screening for body fluids such as semen and saliva. I ALS the hoodie, and I marked those areas that had a fluorescence to them with a silver Sharpie, so I could further test after done screening. And IR, which is the infrared, is similar to, it's also an alternate light source, but it's more so for blood on dark items where the dark fabric would become lighter, and if there's blood or possible blood present, it would appear darker. That anything that I saw, I marked with a yellow paint pen with IR next to it, so I can distinguish between the ALS samples, the ALS areas that I saw and the IR areas that I saw.
Okay, and we see a lot of markings on the front of this hoodie.
Yes.
Are you able to tell us, and I know you said the color, but what portion of this is the IR versus the ALS? And it may be easier for you to step down a little bit.
Okay.
So the ones that I observed with IR.
So if you look at the spots, not necessarily like this right here, that's where she circled things, but like you can see spots. Like here's a big spot. There's a spot right here. There's a spot right here. These are small spots up here, all down the sleeves. Like it looks like she vomited to me, but I don't think they mentioned there being a presence of vomit. I think it's just blood. And with the holes in the hood, maybe she was hit in the head or stabbed or something in the head, because there's no holes in any other parts of the jacket. And maybe it's planted, we don't know. I did just find the text messages, so I'll read them to you guys. I found them in an article, so after we watch her break down what's on the clothes, I'll read the text messages. We will cover, do a quick recap on Evelyn, like I said, and get into that tomorrow.
I actually wrote IR next to them. I don't know if that's visible on there, given how small the picture is, but other photos, I took pictures of
Closer
certain
up.
areas. Yeah.
And if we could just go to the next, or if you could zoom in. And so, for example, that on the front, as we're looking at it, left side of the zipper, that's where IR illuminated?
Correct. Where there's like where the icon, the hand, it moved right there, and there's an arrow pointing to that large area. Like those were areas that dropped out under IR. So I put IR next to it, so I'll know what to follow up and how to follow up.
And that IR is to indicate blood, correct? It's not a test for blood, but it's
a screening tool used to locate dark stains that may be possible blood.
Okay. And if we could go to slide 20.
Sorry, I was muted. Susie Q said, I heard Detroit police found a body but haven't released any info about it yet, and lots of people are speculating it's Ziyah, but they don't want to release any info about it because it's an ongoing case. It's possible. I hope that they did find her body. Poor baby. Rosie, no, these are in the Ziyah Harris case. They were at the preliminary hearing. I haven't, I'm doing a real quick recap on Megan Boswell, but right now we're still doing Ziyah Harris.
And this is a closer view. Is this after you've done any other testing other than the light screenings?
Yes.
Okay, and what testing was done at this point based on this photo?
This is after the pheno testing was done. This particular picture is reflecting a phenopositive area. And it was also screened with IR. As you can see right over the swabs there, it says IR. And that's what led me to follow up with pheno, was because I saw it under IR. And it was
The IR is alternate light source. Thank you, Susie Q. I'll check that out.
Phenopositive.
And where
Positive
is this
for blood.
agreement to say on that hoodie?
So this would be, if I was wearing it, it would be in this area, the upper shoulder,
Okay, for the
bicep
rec-
area. Yes.
For the record, the witness indicated to her right upper shoulder. Yeah, right.
Yeah, I know she said shoulder. Is she indicating that is the right shoulder? Or
Yes.
she's just saying in the shoulder area?
Oh, you said shoulder. Are you saying that this picture was taken from the right shoulder area of the hoodie?
Correct. Like I had to move the sleeve a little bit to get it in the picture with the ruler and the swabs. And it's like this area here.
Okay.
I call it the shoulder area.
And again, can you tell us what we're looking at here? Then I'm going to ask you a couple of follow-up questions.
Angie said, I hope they find her body and the family has nothing to do with her funeral because they never cared at all for this girl. And I'm with you. No, we don't know who killed her. Supposedly Jarvis Butts is the one on trial for it, but supposedly the aunt might have done it. We're not real sure.
So this is another phenopositive stain. This one is located on the rear of the sweatshirt, on the bottom right exterior of the sweatshirt.
And you had in the last photo that we looked at, it said stain 20, and then this one says stain 28 in the text area of the slide. What is it? How do those stain numbers give us something?
That is for my purposes, so I can keep track of how many stains I tested and what stains I tested. I know if I give it a number, it's just I start from number one and I just go. It's a tracking system for me, so I won't double test the stain. And because we report out the number of stains tested in our system, so that's for me to keep track of how many stains I tested.
And if you know, how many stains were identified on the black hoodie?
I can't recall offhand.
And going to slide 22. And what are we looking at here for this photo?
Those are the cartridges used in the hemotrace test. As you can see, you read them per line. The first two only have the one line, that's the control line, which because there's no visible line in the testing area, it is a negative result. And the third through fifth cartridge have the double line, so those are considered positive results.
And that's for stains, the stain numbers are listed there, correct?
Correct.
And that's stain 20, 28, and 38 that were positive on the hemotrace test?
Yes.
Going to slide 23. And what are we looking at here in this photo? And at what point in your testing was this photo taken?
This was after pheno testing and the AP testing, which was the semen testing. And I put the key there because these are for the results that I wrote on the sweatshirt. So my tech reviewer and whoever's reviewing the photo would know what those meant when they saw them on the sweatshirt.
And you would agree with me that the majority of this sweatshirt is covered in your markings, correct?
Yes.
And going to slide 32 now. What are we looking at here in this photo in the 32nd slide?
This is the exterior of the hood towards the back of the hood. If you were wearing it, it would be like the back right of the hood.
And what testing is indicated on the back of the hood?
This was viewed with IR, and it was screened with IR first, and then I followed up with pheno testing in this instance.
And what was the result of your pheno testing on this area of the sweater?
So stain 37, which is at where the tip of the ruler is at the bottom, that was a very weak positive for pheno, and 36, which is upper towards my typing there, that was also a pheno weak positive.
And did you do any further testing with this section of the hood because of the weak positive? If you remember.
I don't recall offhand.
Now, you had mentioned earlier that you sent new swabs or went back and took new swabs to send forward for DNA analysis, correct?
Correct.
Do you remember what stain swabs numbers you sent forward for that analysis?
On this one, it was stain 20, which was the shoulder stain, and stain 28, which was the one in the rear of the sweatshirt.
Hey, one moment.
Yes.
I saw that, Susie Q. I think we're almost done with this part.
Is there both of those stains, 20 and 28, that you sent forward, were pheno positive and hemotrace positive, correct?
Correct.
There was a third one, I think it was 38, that was also hemotrace positive and pheno positive.
Yes.
What's the reason you only sent 2 of those 3 forward?
I sent one from a representative area, which was the one from here and the one in the back. The other one, is available to be tested in the future if necessary, but I selected 2 of the stronger pheno positive stains, and they were hemotrace positive stains. I sent those 2 because they were from 2 different areas on the sweatshirt.
Okay. And
before you move on, you said here, for the record, can you indicate where it was pointed to?
yeah, for the record, the witness indicated towards her right shoulder, and then the other area was from the back
rear. I can
right
stand
side,
if you need.
No, I just want the record to be clear.
Okay.
from the lower back right.
Yes.
In terms of the testing that you did,
Hey, Robert.
and your experience testing and doing blood screening and things like that, are you able to talk about the quantity of results that you saw on this sweater at all? In terms of there being 38 swabs, at least 38 swabs, is that normal in your experience that there be that much on there, or are you able to talk about that?
I'm not able to say because it varies from case to case.
Fair enough.
I think we're almost done
And
with
do you
this.
still have record number
It's
8
most
there?
replay.
Or did I take that?
No, you took it back.
You indicated earlier that the 2 stain swabs that were sent forward were from stains 20 and 28, correct?
Correct.
And then going forward, they were labeled as ending in 5AD and 5BD.
Correct.
Are you able to tell which stain number corresponds to 5AD?
I would not be able to tell without looking at my notes.
When looking at your notes, refresh your memory?
Yes.
Then please do so and then look back at the meeting. Is your memory refreshed?
Yes.
What stain swab number that you gave it is 5AD?
5AD will be stain 20, which was the shoulder area stain.
And then 5BD 28?
Correct.
And that's the back right, lower back right side?
Correct.
I have nothing further, thank you.
Okay.
Who's handling this?
So that was her close. I'm going to close out of this because everything else I have is through email. There is a link. We will watch the quick court TV recap on the Evelyn Boswell trial. Right now, I'm going to pull up the text messages. Oh, hold on just a minute. So I've got the text messages. I'm going to share my screen with y'all and I'll basically read them to you so that we've gone through that. And that'll be about it for right now with Ziyah. The only person that testifies that we have not seen, that I know of anyway, is going to be Jarvis's sister, and she don't really say much. She said that she saw Ziyah at the shop that day. And what irritates me is that she says she looks skinny. She saw a skinny little girl walking. Ziyah was not skinny at that time. So again, I wonder if the sister is lying and hiding stuff for Jarvis. Because y'all saw the video. She's not skinny. Like, you could tell that she was with child. All right. Now, I'm going to give y'all a heavy trigger warning. I have not read these yet. All I've heard is that they're really bad. I'm going to start at the top. Or not at the top, but right above the text messages. It says, the text messages revealed Butts was allegedly sending sexually explicit messages and asked for nude photos. The messages suggested there were more conversations like these previously. Text messages later in 2023 reveal Harris claimed she was pregnant and talked about having trouble in school due to her, quote, baby. The following text messages were translated and spelled the way Jones specified or said when testifying in court on Thursday. So on September 27, 2022, Harris said, come on. I guess I'll do voices so maybe y'all can understand who's talking to who. Okay, so Harris said, come on, you okay? I'm going to have to talk normal. This is graphic. Trigger warning. So this motherfucker, no. That's her. I'm sorry. I got it confused. So she said, come on, are you okay? Where are we doing it at? Your choice. And he said, you tell me. And she said, basement. And she said, you sure? Or job? He said, can you suck my please? And make sure you erase the messages. She said, Kay, that's what I plan to do. If she's saying that, like, you're the basement or the job, I mean, it's been going on for a hot minute for her to be comfortable enough to say your choice, basement or your job. That was September 27th of 2022. God, this child, she thought it was normal. Okay. On June 5th, 2022, he says, I'm at your house. She said, damn, we were just there. She said, you bet not be in my room. Harris said, I need another phone. And she said, I miss you. And he said, I stole your panties. June 24th of 2023, he said, send me some pictures, please. She said, don't you still got the other pics? He said, no. She said, I will send some. June 27th of 2023, he said, are you naked yet? She said, no, I don't want to get naked. She said, are you mad I didn't get naked? And he said, I used to you telling me no. She said, come on, babe. I'm sorry. I'm just not in the mood right now. I'm sorry. Lord have mercy. I don't think she would have been showing June 27th of 2023 because it was October or November when she found out she was pregnant. So she wouldn't have been showing all the way back then. That's like, because people said that she wouldn't send him photos because she didn't want him to see her pregnant. But if those are the ones everybody's talking about, that's all the way from June. Lord have mercy. I can't do the voices. I had to click back and see what y'all said. I can't do the voices because this is too disturbing. I'm sorry. September 26th of 2023, she said, bae, you up? And put question marks. She said, yeah. She said, my period haven't came at all. She said, hello, you there? And he said, what you mean? She said, it have not came. And he said, since when? And she said, since I was in the hospital. And he said, that was last month. And she said, I'm scared. I don't know what to do. I have to go to the doctor's tomorrow. And he said, you say you took a pregnancy test and it was negative. And she said, it did. And he said, so go and get another one. And she said, I can't. I have no money. Oh, Lordy. Oh, okay. Scrolled the wrong way. And she said, you go get one. And she said, you ain't scared to get a plan B, get a pregnancy test and bring it later today. Just act like you have to use the bathroom. So that tells me he wasn't allowed in the house because he has to use the excuse to use the bathroom to come in the house. And if she knows he ain't scared to get plan B, how many times has he given this child fucking plan B? What the fuck? If she knows he's not scared to get plan B, how many times has he gotten plan B for this child? Y'all, She said, please. And she said, will you do it? And she said, hello. And he said, okay. November 27th, 2023. She said, I just want to talk. I really don't want to lose you. And she said, can we talk later? Yes or no? And she said, I don't know what's your problem, but I need you to bring me what I need tonight. It's hard doing all this gym shit with this baby. And if I don't do them, I'm going to get an F. June 9th. This is the final text exchange January 9th. I'm sorry. That was November 27th, 2023. And it was getting hard. Wait a minute. If it was getting hard because of the baby in November, then that means she could have been pregnant in June. So how far along was she? Because if it's getting, she said, I don't know what your problem is, but I need you to bring me what I need tonight. It's hard doing all this gym shit with this baby. And if I don't do them, I'm going to get an F. And that was in fucking November. December, January. Like, she's 2 more months pregnant. This is the last text message before she went missing. She said, don't forget to be there before 3. I will let you know when I'm leaving the school. If you are not there, I will wait. She said, send okay if you see the message so I can delete your number. And he said, okay. Okay, why does she have to delete his number? Is it because the family knows and they done told him, they done said she better not be talking to him? And so she's got to delete. Hold on, I don't know if it's skipping or cutting out. And if y'all can't hear me, let me X out of that since we read that. It should go back to normal in just a second. Hold on just a minute. Okay, if she's got to delete the text message or got to delete his number out the phone, then does that mean that the family knew and told her she's not supposed to be talking to him, and so she's deleting the number so she don't get caught talking to him? Is that what the hell's going on here? Because then, I mean, that's going to tell us that the family knew. Because, I mean, if it was normal for her to have his number in there, why is she worried about deleting the number out of the phone? Hold on a second. I'm going to pull this up and let it load for a second while I read y'all's comments. Lordy, hold on. I know it started. We're going to go back and recap it. I have to wait a second because it wants to load all these daggum ads. Okay. We'll get to that in just a second. Let me see what y'all are saying. Y'all are saying like 7 months. Wow. No, it shouldn't have been doing it at all. But yeah, I mean, there was ways to keep from getting her pregnant. Not that it should have been happening at all anyway, but still. K-Pom says she was probably just not feeling well. I felt like crap my whole first trimester. I hope that that's what it was in November. I hope it won't because she was freaking showing. Jesus. Okay. Yeah, it seems like she's at least 3 to 4 months along. And if she's got to delete his number out of her Text Now app or whatever, that means the family knew and she didn't want to get caught with his number in her phone or in her Text Now app. Hey, Files of the Matrix. Files of the Matrix said, oh my God, I wonder if Maddie and Stephen talk like this. I wonder too, and I think we'll find out at trial. The only reason we know about those messages is because of prelim. All right. So this is going to touch up, it's going to give us a short recap on the Megan Boswell case. This is the case that jury selection began or was happening today, and it should be starting the trial tomorrow. This is the one I'm going to be doing coverage on. I'm going to cover the whole trial. Like, it's going to be all day streams while the trial's going on. And I will start an hour and a half after they start court, so that when they break for like lunch or the little 15-minute breaks, we can skip past that and continue watching the trial. So here's the recap on that.
Trial on Court TV set to begin today. The baby Evelyn murder trial. I know you're going to remember this case, my friends. A Tennessee mother named Megan Boswell is the accused. She's being accused of murdering her 15-month-old daughter, Evelyn, who you see on the right there. Jury selection starts this morning. Court TV's Vinnie Politan has more.
I just want her back. That's all I want. I've been so long without her.
That's 18-year-old Megan Boswell in February of 2020 talking about her missing toddler, Evelyn.
Evelyn. Hi.
15-month-old Evelyn was reported missing in February, even though she was last seen months before.
Hi. And I know a lot of people are like, oh, why didn't you report it missing earlier? Because my mom threatened me and I just want her back.
Boswell told police her mother had taken Evelyn.
We've been
This woman lied the whole time. One of my mods told me I was answering old comments, so I do apologize about that. If I am, my StreamYard and stuff is not wanting to load today for some reason. It's probably because they're working on that poll. This woman lied and tried to cover up the death of her child, what she had done.
been looking for baby Evelyn since last Tuesday. We've been working 24/7 nonstop. We've received a number of conflicting, inaccurate statements from the mother, Megan Boswell, Evelyn's mother.
When Evelyn wasn't with Megan's mother or her own father, the investigation revealed Megan was lying.
As a result, she has been charged with false reporting.
Megan was arrested and taken into custody. 10 days later, 2 months after Evelyn was last seen, Megan's father called police and suggested they search his property.
During the search, investigators discovered human remains believed to be those of a 15-month-old girl.
Megan was charged with premeditated murder, child abuse, child neglect, abuse of a corpse, tampering with evidence, and 12 counts of lying to police.
We have filed a notice to seek a sentence of imprisonment for life without the possibility of parole.
Court testimony revealed Evelyn was found in Megan's old playhouse.
And I mean, that goes back to the childlike aspect of it. She was found in her old playlist. Her old playhouse. So that's interesting. It's sad. She's a pathological liar. Yeah, it's a heartbreaking case. We've waited, I think, 4 or 5 years. I know it's been at least 4. I think it's more like 5 years for this to go to trial.
Behind a shed, tightly wound in a fleece blanket, wrapped in aluminum foil, then a trash bag, and shoved head first while alive into a trash can. The medical examiner determined her.
Oh my God, I didn't even know that part. She wrapped her tightly in a fleece blanket, wrapped it in aluminum foil, and shoved her head first into a trash bag while she was still alive. Jesus Christ. Yeah, this woman needs to get thrown under the jail. Yeah, I cannot. Excuse me, ma'am, what the fuck?
Her death was intentional.
Vinnie Politan reporting there.
Why it wants to do that.
This was one of those cases that really stuck with me. It was a case that came up during the pandemic a lot, and finally we're getting to trial today. So we're going to talk about what kind of jury both sides are going to want and the lies that this mother told. Let's bring back in private investigator and military veteran Manuel Gomez and retired criminal defense attorney and author.
Okay, so y'all got a recap of that case. I do have a detailed timeline of this case. The person who made this timeline for me, I tried to ask on Discord for your link to your YouTube page, but I think they were thinking about trying to come up with me during this trial and talk. So I'm hoping that they'll either let me know and I can drop their links to their YouTube, or they'll come up tomorrow. So this is the detailed timeline. I saw some of you saying that you needed to catch up on this case. I will tell you that Alex Erickson and Leave It to Bieber did a lot on the case right when it first happened. And Alex Erickson did a couple of lives on it. She's the one that asked me to cover the trial, and I went into her live and talked about it. So December of 2019, Evelyn is last seen. This came from, I don't know what her YouTube channel is, but she participates in chat. And so I'll let her say if she wants to say if she's still here. If not, I'm going to try to get her information and put it in the description box, or figure out how to promote her channel. Okay, so back to this. December 2019, Evelyn is last seen. February of 2020, Tommy Boswell reports Evelyn missing. I think that is Megan's dad. It says 2020, Amber Alert is issued February 19th. February 25th of 2020, Morgan was arrested on false reports to the police. February of 2020, TBI recovers almost 700 tips. Tennessee Bureau of Investigation receives almost 700 tips where Evelyn might be. March of 2020, Evelyn's remains are found in grandfather Tommy's house. May of 2020, Tennessee Bureau of Investigation identifies Megan Boswell as a person of interest in the case. August of 2020, Megan is charged with the homicide of Evelyn. November of 2020, state won't seek the death penalty. And then June of 2024, additional charges for Megan. And if I'm not mistaken, I think she was hit with premeditated first-degree murder in June of 2020. So I appreciate that. Michelle says, okay, did a couple. I'm a member over at Allie's channel and I love her. Yeah, she did several live streams on this. I was in one of them, and she reminded me of it because I went into her live and she was talking about it. And I was like, oh my God, I forgot about that case. She said, yeah, it goes to trial in 2 weeks. And she was like, I hope you'll cover it. And I was like, yeah, I'll definitely cover it. So this will be my first time covering a trial. So hopefully it starts tomorrow. I thought it started today, but we'll find out. Thank you, Abellis. I did that for Valentine's Day. I got another one too, but it's not as pretty as that. Plus, with us going over the Ziyah Harris case, she had in some of the pictures on her cell phone, like her cell phone cover has little hearts on it. So I do that for her as well. All right, that's going to be it for me today because my husband's going to be home in like 5 minutes. Luckily, I had cooked part of what we're having for dinner last night, and I just got to heat it up, but I got to get in that kitchen. So I will see y'all tomorrow. Thank you all for being here. I love y'all all. I hope you have a good night. Hope I'll see you first thing in the morning tomorrow so we can talk about the trial of Miss Megan the liar Boswell and get justice for Evelyn. Please keep Ziyah in your thoughts and prayers, and Madeline too. Please pray for the family members that care. I will keep you updated on trying to do the fundraisers for them, and I will see y'all tomorrow. Please stay safe out there. Tell your kids you love them. Tell them how special they are. Make sure they know that they're special and that they're loved. So these predators that could approach them, God knows where, have that much less of a chance of enticing your child by telling them they're beautiful or making them feel special. Make sure you're doing that as much as you can. Even when they're sick of hearing it, keep telling them. I love y'all. Have a good night. Bye.
Listen up, I gotta tell you, there is something you should